I made so much.
Are we on?
I got about 6 2 liters of this punch left.
We on.
Hey,
It didn't take
yeah.
long.
Rum, vodka, gin,
Do it
tequila.
again. We on. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Pontiac WD. Oh, damn, I'm fucking up. WYC
Yay, we see
DM,
y'all.
DM.3. You know what I'm saying? On number one on your DM down. We doing it. We doing it like it never left. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to Pontiac.
My bad.
Okay. But
I'm,
yeah, hey, you know.
I'm sharing the live.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to do.
But what's up, everybody? We back like we never left. It's your most popular, you know what I mean? We climbing the charts. We number one with a bullet up in this motherfucker. What's going on, people? What's going on, Amy in school? What's happening?
Hey, what up, though?
Well, you know what it is. Ready to get on here, talk that shit.
Yeah.
Waiting for my new president to come on.
Oh boy. You got his
Hey,
hat.
don't make me break out. Never mind.
Are you
Go
gonna
ahead,
are
dog.
you gonna break it out before the debate?
Nah, you know, I'm probably
shoot at
gonna I'm probably gonna
Oh,
Nah,
oh, okay.
let's make it great again. You know what I'm saying? But what's on the lineup? What number one? How was your week, Amy, in school? What was going on in y'all life?
My week has been slow motion, very chill.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I just been enjoying being at home, frolicking in my garden. I
Okay.
didn't do anything spectacular, I don't think. Yeah, this week
What do you
went
feel
by
about the
pretty
end of
fast.
summer though? What you feel like the end of summer coming up? It's the cool weather coming on now.
I'm cool with the fall, but I cannot stand the winter season. I totally hibernate most of the time during the winters, and I go out as little as possible.
Yeah. 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 I I ain't really with the cold out here. It's just, I'm trying to enjoy the summer the best way I can. I think I have, but all things must change, you know what I mean? So I'm looking forward to the change in the seasons and how we do. But what's going on your way, James?
hey, man, I had a hell of a weekend, man. Shit, I've been out riding that unicycle. You know what I
I
mean?
saw that.
And I rode it to the UM game. When I parked, I rode it to the game or whatever. But that game was so awful. I was only there for about 15 minutes before I got up and walked up out the game.
Man, that
I
was
tell
terrible.
you, man, I tell you what. How do a quarterback overthrow a wide open guy, man, by about 50 feet? That's beyond me. That's beyond me. And I know the pressure that these young men be under. You know what I mean? But sometimes you got to set them down to make them. You know what I mean? Get it together.
Mm.
I was thinking Orgy should have been starter, dog. I was looking for him. I don't know who this new guy is, man, but I'm hoping Michigan get it together. I'm hoping they get it together.
Man, who you tell? They said you want any more tests. I want no more tickets this year. I ain't lying.
Hey, they're gonna be easy to give away. You know what I'm saying? Mm.
How
But
was your
hey,
week, Sponte? What did you do?
work. That's it. I mean, but God been good. I've been busy lately. You know what I mean? My business becoming even flows. It be up, down, around the
Right.
corner. But I've been busy and just steadily doing what I do best. Try to make some money and keep it and don't spend it. That's what I do best. Don't spend. So, but it's been good. I haven't did much. I'm looking forward to the weekend. I don't have nothing laid out. So I figured I might get on the motorcycle and take one of my last little rides that's coming up.
No,
You
okay,
know what I mean?
okay,
So
okay.
nothing major. Just be looking forward to chilling most as I can and looking forward to getting up with you guys. You know what I mean? And kick the Willy Bobos. What you was thinking about, Amy? I know you had a couple of topics in mind.
Well, the one topic that I wanted to discuss was this whole controversy with Kendrick Lamar being asked to perform at the next Super Bowl that's coming up in New Orleans.
Hmm.
So a lot of people are expressing their disappointment or whatever you want to call it, outrage because it wasn't Lil Wayne and the Birdman crew. So people are having differences of opinion. of that. So I wanted to kind of dive into that a little bit.
Man, it only makes sense.
Only makes sense. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, but uh, I don't know. I was kind of, me. I was pissed off about that football player getting snatched up out of his car like that. You know what I mean? But I just show you, they know he had money. They ain't even care. They like, yeah, I'm gonna show you. His whole job was to prove that he had the most power. You know what I mean?
Mm. Well, I mean, I guess my thought on number one, what Amy was talking about with this Kendrick Lamar thing, I think I agree with a lot of people's sentiments that yeah, if it's in New Orleans, you need to feature some New Orleans artists, especially Lil Wayne. He the feature. He's one of the goats. He needs to be front and center. You know what I mean? And they saying it's a lot of Jay-Z back behind the scenes type of shit. But I think Wayne should be featured. You know what I mean?
And who's to say that he's not going to be featured?
He probably
Yeah,
will.
that's what
It
I'm
might be a
saying. That's what
surprise.
And
yeah.
it's like the public outrage is like maybe, in my opinion, maybe a
Premature.
little premature because, I mean, even when they had the last hip hop showcase, it was Dr. Dre, they had Snoop, they had Eminem, they had 50. So who's to say that Kendrick won't pay homage as
Yeah,
well?
that
And
was
he's
the same
known
team.
to
That's
do
his
that.
team though. That's not the same team. But even yet and still, for that reason alone, if you was really thinking about it, you would have let that be known. That's not something that you would really want to keep under wraps. When
I
people.
mean, as soon as they announced the headliner, people were upset.
Mm.
And they don't even allow the element of surprise. And where was this upset and outrage when it was held in New Orleans in 2013?
Well, I guess people wouldn't be mad because Jay wasn't ahead of that then. You know what I mean? And I think they're looking at it from
So
the
is it about
perspective.
Jay-Z or is it about New Orleans artists being on stage?
I think it's like the same thing when Jay was running Def Jam. People was figuring that Jay should give artists leeway. You know what I mean? And he wasn't. You know what I
And from
mean?
what I heard, and I don't know how true it is, they are saying that Jay-Z actually suggested Lil Wayne, and the businessman or whoever the powers that be turned it down. And it could be because of a criminal history and the known drug abuse and different things like that. And I don't know how
Oh
reliable.
no, that ain't never matter. You seen we done had too many
I'm
people.
just, I don't know
No, I'm
because
just saying previously we done had too many drug addicts, so that ain't true.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to find I try to play devil's
No,
advocate and try to wonder why I think they went with Kendrick
it's
because of
money.
views. It's a money
Yeah,
thing. He had the smash hit, that came out this summer during the beef with Drake.
yeah.
I mean, as far as streams, he's hot right now.
Real
So
hot. Real hot.
he's going to probably bring a lot of people to the NFL and watching on Super Bowl Sunday just to see what he's going to do.
Do you think that song "Not Like Us" kind of almost is like a racial type of song? Because a lot of people, us black people, we use "Not Like Us" like white people are not like us. Do you think that'll be used as like a divisional, like a race? You know how that song is kind of like people are using it as a
I
racial
don't,
type of
I
That's what,
don't,
song.
yeah, because that's what he was referring to when he was saying. Really, you know what I mean? So, because
I don't,
that's what Rick Ross ran his whole campaign on.
Hmm.
I don't know. I mean, only he can answer that. But
Amy, why is you over there? It looked like your matrix is getting froze. Did you what did you? You know what I mean? Because
can I
hey,
sign
look,
out?
she looking.
Mm-mm.
No, we talk.
She
We
looked like
talk
she didn't
about
agree with
you
you too
looking
good.
yourself. You look.
My facial expression. Because I'm thinking,
She's slow. She's
okay,
slow. I
whatever.
think she. I don't know what you've been partaking in. That's all. That's what we talking
Hey.
about. Man.
But yeah, so I mean, yeah, I don't know, man. Wayne, like you say, it's a lot of time to the Super Bowl. I think that they might go ahead, like you say, Amy, they might pull a surprise or a cat out the bag because it's a lot of time still left, and I can
Yeah.
see something like that happening.
Well, they ain't
I
got no
mean,
choice. It
when I
got.
heard it, I thought he's gonna bring. I mean, maybe even Big Frida. I don't know. It's a lot of other New Orleans
But who knows people like that
people.
though? Big.
I mean, Big Frida
Say
was.
big,
Hold on, Big Frida is
Who is she?
major when it comes to New Orleans.
Who is she?
Big Frida is major when it comes to the
it's a he.
LGBTQ
Oh,
community.
She.
Frida is also a Grammy winning artist and was
Right.
featured on Beyonce's album and all these big things. So if you're a New Orleans person,
I,
that could be a choice as
New
well.
Orleans, but I already know how they feel about that. Though. I'm not gonna no, I'm not gonna speak for everybody, but I'm just saying, Big Frida, I fuck with. You know, I'm not one of them homophobic ass people. You know what I mean?
you know
That
what? They might do it because you seen the
really
Olympics.
do put on a. You know, that motherfucker really do like that
Oh,
is
for
a true
sure.
performer. Yeah, that's a true performer, man.
Mhm.
So, but my thing was P. Like it has to be. It's gonna be now. It's gonna be. It's gonna happen now anyway.
I
Because
mean,
when
we
that
can't say that. I
comes
mean,
out
'cause
about something, it just automatically cause a rift. You know what I mean? So they're gonna do something about it immediately.
Hmm.
I don't
Well,
know. I mean, it just depends on his relationship with those artists as well. And he's only given so much time to do this, so we'll just see what happens. Because
yeah,
he had enough hits to do it by himself.
yeah, he do. He do, and he got plenty of features, to, like you say. Even if you do want to bring somebody in for a smash hit that he did, so
Mhm.
it,
Yeah.
But
yeah.
my thing, like, it was like I'm thinking, like, if I'm in the top office, and it's real shit. You know me, I gotta play myself and the devil advocate and two other niggas at the same time,
Mhm.
bro. If you in the top office of the NFL and they say Kendrick Lamar, you know they ain't gonna really know who he is like that. And then they go check his background. Do you think that any of them white men and them people,
Yeah.
um, is it, they not gonna really want them there? It just was a choice. Somebody made it in haste. I believe somebody made it in haste. They was just thinking of the popularity, and they didn't check the person background. And I literally seen that happen at a for a big ass job. That shit just happened in the Olympics with old girl the breakdance and shit.
Oh my god.
It's people that can come in and
Oh my
infiltrate
god.
your shit. You know what I mean? And you really don't know if they come in the right way. They fool you. You feel me?
Dog. Speaking of that, whoever came up with that shit up in on the Olympics, dog, the breakdancing. That was the most terrible breakdance I ever saw in my life, bro. I could have won a gold. Come on, bro. They just
Man, she lied. She just lied and said that's crazy. That's crazy. How you make it to the Olympic, bro?
the Olympic
She's going
gold.
down in history regardless. She gonna be the most booked. She can get booked right now, probably on every talk show there is.
But yeah, man. So
I guess.
I don't know. But yeah, I know. I know you want to touch on that. I think his last name is Hill, Tariq Hill, for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So we're gonna touch on that. But yeah, for the watchers and the viewers right now, hopefully if you're watching, please share. But we're gonna be talking about a couple things tonight, and then we're gonna get into at the 9 o'clock hour we'll be getting into the debate. So hopefully you guys can stick with us and watch it with us, have some live commentary, call in, and
Who was that?
maybe come on
Do it say Miss Toodaloo or TD Lou or
TD Lou.
Am
Howie?
I moving like a robot?
Hey, and then see, I
Yeah,
told
yeah, you are your no, okay, you smooth.
yeah. And what up, Nick? What up, Nick?
That's Tisha. That's Tisha. That's Tisha. TD Lou.
Oh, she done changed her name. Don't be changing your name without us knowing it.
Yeah. And Dominique Edmond Demencia. But yeah, what about this Tariq Hill, man? What did you want to say about that, bro? Because we got difference in opinions on that. So let's get into that, bro.
Of course we do. So, firstly, I want to say that the force that was
So
used,
can y'all give me a little
not,
bit? I
not
don't know what y'all talking about. Can y'all give me a little
All
bit
right,
of
bring her up to
background? What
speed.
y'all talking about?
so there's a guy. He was on his way to the stadium. He was an NFL football player. He was speeding. He got stopped by some state troopers, and they came knocked on his window real aggressive. He rolled the window down like, "Why y'all knocking on my window like that? You ain't got to knock on my window like that." You know what I mean? They, responded. whatever. He kept woofing a little bit, but one of them, balls got big. Like, all right, you know what? Matter of fact, then get out the car. You know what I mean? He like, man, I ain't like, what I got to get out the car for, man? I'm rolling the window. You know what I mean? I said, get out the car. He ain't get out the car that third time. Dude opened the door, snatched him out the car, threw him on the ground, speeding. You know what I
And so
mean?
what's the story?
Well,
As
go ahead.
everybody was talking about the force that they used, it wasn't justified.
So this was recorded.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna show it.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you some of this. I'm gonna show it some.
Okay.
Go ahead. What you was telling her, James.
So
Go ahead. I'm listening.
pretty much, I went to school for criminal justice. So I know how that was supposed to go down. Number one, the force have to fit the crime. And he hadn't committed a crime. He was just speeding. Go ahead, run the audio.
Okay, let's see.
All right. Let's go back.
I'm getting arrested, Drew. Miami-Dade police releasing new body camera video that shows what happened Sunday when officers pulled NFL star Tyreek Hill from his vehicle, shoved him to the ground, and put him in handcuffs, not far from the stadium.
It went from 0 to 60 immediately, man.
The Miami Dolphins wide receiver sitting down with NBC News, along with his wife, speaking out on the incident that started when he was pulled over on Sunday.
You're speeding. Don't knock on my window like that.
Why you have it up? I have to knock to let you know I'm here. That way you can lower it and talk to you.
Just get my ticket, bro, so I can go. I'm finna be late, gang. Do what you gotta do.
In the video, you can see Hill roll up his window. He's ordered to lower
Mistake
it again
number one, dog.
before the situation quickly escalates.
Get out of the car.
I'm finna get out.
Get out of the car right now.
The seat go down, so it's almost like you got to push up to get out. You know what I'm saying?
When we tell you to do something, you do it.
That officer, obviously he was having either a bad day or he just wanted to have a power trip over me.
Miami-Dade police have ordered an internal affairs investigation and placed one officer on administrative duties, but did not ID them. Hours later, Hill scored an 80-yard touchdown in the Dolphins' season-opening win.
Oh, he's a ghost!
Celebrating like this after the TD with a mock handcuffing on the field.
What message were you hoping to send with that celebration?
Like I said, man, you got to learn how to laugh and have a good time, man.
Some of Hill's teammates stopped to help. One of them, defensive lineman Calais Campbell, was also temporarily detained.
So basically, that's what it was, Amy. I guess he was speeding. Police pulled him over. From my interpretation of the video, exchange of words. My thing is, I get where James coming from, but the whole the principle is when you encounter the police, especially as a black man, dog. You don't hold court in the street. You even though you might be on the right side of justice, legally, But that's a quick way to get killed, beat, or some type of situation. Handcuffed, or go through this type of situation. If the police and we tell our sons this, we might have to have Gil on here one day too, man, or somebody from the law enforcement type of situation. But if you have a situation or encounter with the police, bro, your best thing is to get in and get out of that situation as quick as possible. You might be right.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't feel like. I just got a ticket, and I probably wouldn't have got a ticket if I wouldn't have said nothing. But I just got tired. I was like, man, fuck them. That's just how I felt that day. Like on every level. When I pulled off, I sped off. I tried to shoot rocks at they head. Like, man, because I was just one of them fed up type things. Like, I knew I stopped. I stopped briefly, but then I kept going. I seen the police over there. You know what I mean? Because I be feeling like I'm legit. You know what I mean? So I'm going to drive how I want to drive. You know what I mean?
But do you think he did the right thing?
No, he did. Yeah. He did within his right. See, the thing is, we can't look at it. We can say we know the best way to get out of this situation. Yes, we do know that. But at the same time, sometimes you feel like as a man, damn, I can get to speak up. Like today, I'm gonna say something. You know what I mean?
But follow the traffic laws. Like I'm trying to. First of all, I'm trying to see what's there to see here. It looks like he had a little bit of a sense of entitlement because he's on his way to the stadium,
right?
And don't get in between me and the game. I think if it had been a routine stop in his mind, he probably would have acted a little differently because, it just would have been a regular day for him. But because it's game day, I'm trying to get to the arena. I have the right to speed. I have a right to tell you how to do your job as far as giving me the ticket and letting me go.
That man ain't said none of that stuff you talking about.
I just heard him tell him, just give me my ticket so I can go.
He said, I'm about
Roll
to
the
be
window
late.
back
Yeah.
up.
Why? Yeah. Why is you being extra with me? Give me my ticket before I can go. Yes.
But what I'm saying is you're speeding, and that's why I
Right,
put
you're
you
speeding. Right,
over.
you're in the wrong.
You're in the wrong. You're disobeying traffic laws. So I'm
Right.
pulling
So
you
just give me
over.
my ticket. Do your job then. Since I'm
But,
wrong,
but here's
do
the
the
thing
job that you're
about it.
supposed to do.
Here's the thing about it. If I really just want to just like Sante said, just get to the arena without incident. I'm sorry, officer. I'm an athlete. I'm trying to get to my game. It's a way that you still can kind of handle it on both sides. And he was being a little bit of a dick because I'm who I am and I'm
Right.
about to go play this game.
No,
And,
but
That's
and
how
then he
I'm
got
looking at it
okay,
from the
but you
video
have
I
to look
saw.
at it, and I look at it from his standpoint. He didn't do that. Dude was knocking on his
That's what
on
they
his window
do.
aggressively
That's what they
first.
do when
He
you know that
started
you.
it. No, he didn't have. No, he didn't have to do it
He
like
didn't
that.
bust his window. He didn't have his billy club out. He's knocking on his window. You got dark tinted windows. I'm pulling you over. When you know that you're being pulled over, you roll down your window.
He
If
had
your
his
window
window
is,
down at first, didn't he?
then he rolled it back up.
he rolled it down and then he
He had
rolled
it
it back
cracked.
on
Yeah.
him.
Did he hand him the
He
information?
gave him what he needed to give him.
He gave him what he needed to give him, right?
But think about it as a police. Hey, look, I'm
You
not on
got
the side.
tinted windows. You got to think about it. And now I'm not always with the police.
Right.
It
But
looked
in
like I
some
can see in his
instances,
window right now.
huh? He probably got triple dark windows. Can't even see what's going on in there. You gotta give the police some leeway because they don't know if you're grabbing a gun, if you're hiding anything. Like roll down your freaking window so that we can have this exchange and you can get to where you're going. It would have been as simple as that. That's the way I see it.
Right.
Yeah, but I think at the same time, yeah, I pulled over. I might have been speeding, and he right when he said he gave him the information because to hit the window like that was uncalled for. Like just tap the window. Okay, hey man, you were speeding. Hey, let me get your license registration. When he rolled the window down, he admitted, here, take this and just give me my ticket. I ain't being disrespectful to you or anything. Just give me my ticket at this point. I know I'm wrong. I told you to give me my ticket so I could go on because I'm running late. I think doing all of this and making it excessive was just a little bit too much. Yeah, I'm in the wrong. And yeah, just give me my ticket. But you ain't got to beat on my car like that.
Yeah.
I pay taxes for you to do your job.
Yeah, but you got to look at it from the like, and I get where Amy's coming from. Like the last thing you want to do, man. Now I'm not saying Tariq was wrong, 100%. I'm not saying that the police officer was wrong, 100%.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, from a safety standpoint, if I'm a police officer and you got triple limo tent, I can't see in, and I'm stopping for a traffic stop.
Yeah.
You give me your joint. I don't know who you are. Really tell you the truth.
But
and it don't make a difference
right
who
here.
you are. You can be, you know what I mean?
But look right here. He had it down for the longest when he handed him his information. He only put it up.
When he wrote it up, he's like, wait.
He
Yeah,
probably
it looked like I
wasn't
can see in it. I wonder if they dark. But anyway, they gonna say that I couldn't see regardless. That's gonna be the whole point of it. But the point of the matter is that they wanted to do that. Like I know how it should have went.
Tariq could have been in fear. So after you yelling at me, I handed my stuff to you. My window is already down. It's down here. Now you walking up to me, yelling and talking sideways, and you want me to? Okay, officer. After you've been belligerent to me, okay, sir, just give me my ticket. I'm not gonna say that. Just give me my ticket. You got my license, my registration, insurance. The window was down for the longest. I handed you my stuff because I was wrong. I admitted to the crime. I was speeding. And then you telling me, you going on and on and on and on. Just give me my ticket, man. All that ain't worth it. You just want to show out because you're behind a bag. And I think respect goes both ways. We paying your salary. If I'm in the car, if I'm in my car and I hand you my information, obviously I'm not trying to run. I'm not going.
No, he didn't. No, but what I'm saying is, look, the
window down.
Right,
the window down. He got the license in his hand.
And I'm not saying that he doesn't have a right to do this, man. But I'm just saying, like, you know, at the end of the day, that could have been avoided. That's what I'm saying.
It could have been avoided.
That could have been avoided.
They couldn't even have to be.
And on top of that, Tariq, he got when he had the press conference, the post game press conference about the game, and then what also happened, he basically was just like, you know, he acted like he wasn't even speeding. You know what I'm saying? So he just tried to make it sound like he don't know why it happened. He don't know why he got stopped. You know what I'm saying? So he painted the narrative that he didn't do nothing wrong. He just got stopped because he got stopped. So the narrative was already out there that he had, you know, until the body cam came out that, yeah, he was speeding. You know what I'm saying? That he was a little bit belligerent a little bit. So at the end of the day, man, the main goal is when the police officer, and I know y'all teach y'all sons this, when the police officer, you might be in the right, bro, all day long, but it ain't no place to hold court in the street. Give them what they want. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Get out of there. You know what I'm saying? And you can go to court and fight the rest of that file a complaint if my man was too aggressive or something like that. But that's a quick way to get beat up. You know, the rules is going to always be on, you know, the side of the police if he had to actually beat him up. So the thing is, man,
I agree with all of that, but at the same time,
he's still getting his ass beat in my world. If that would have happened to me, dog, he getting all type of hands put on him. Every officer that had me on the ground.
But think about this, y'all. Why did they put the police on administrative duties if they wasn't wrong?
Because, you know, it's the Miami Dolphins, dog. It's just like somebody,
exactly.
You know, it's the Miami Heat, New York Knicks. It's the NFL, you know.
Now they got to investigate.
But you know what I'm saying? You don't have to do that. You don't have to put if you look at a video and your lieutenant know for sure that this is not going to go, it wasn't your fault, and then they send it over to the attorney, like, they don't have to put you on administrative leave at all.
Hey, let me
I just don't think this is newsworthy.
It ain't after the body cameras came out.
It's newsworthy because in Miami, when we all go to Miami, think about Miami, y'all. Ain't nothing but Ferraris and Porsches. They moving through there all day, and they know who.
Police treat you like shit in Miami anyway. That's a known fact.
They know, right? So when they stand that plate, they knew who that was. Come on now. They knew who that was.
But it don't make a difference. Why should Tariq?
But the thing is,
he should get treated better than I do.
But now check this out.
But you're overlooking the fact that it still shouldn't have happened, though. It shouldn't have happened.
Now, the golfer. Let me go back to the golfer story. Now, when the golfer had to play in the PGA, and they barricade because it was a real bad accident, and he had to tee off at 10 o'clock, he ran through the barricade. They didn't do none of this. They made sure he was at that tee box at 10 o'clock.
But that wasn't the situation here.
You know what I'm saying? It is.
In the traffic.
It is. The golfer got to run through a police barricade.
So you're saying that you want athletes to have the right to do this type of shit?
No, I'm not saying no one should have the right, but it didn't warrant this much.
I agree with that, like on the ground in handcuffs and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, this guy
the way they pulled him out the car.
Yeah, but they didn't do the white golfer like that.
And they probably won't. You know, I mean, of course, that's why we got to teach our sons.
Expecting them to treat us the way they treat each other.
We know how it is.
They don't even do that.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, I agree. We teach our kids, you know, you don't do that.
Hey, D,
I totally agree.
D, to even make it a counterpoint. a black guy can go through the east side right now and get messed with before a white guy do. You know what I mean? So we gonna treat ourselves worse than they do. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
but at the same time, I've watched other ethnic groups. Well, one specific ethnic group get pulled over, sock the police in the face, and don't get wrestled down.
But I'm not saying that it's right, D. But what I'm saying
is reality. But we know as melanated people that we're not going to be treated the way they are. So I don't know why.
But when do we say enough is enough? If you're going to do it one way with the other, you need to do it both ways. Because every time you go make money, you paying their.
I don't think the police should just go around beating up people, period. But I do know as a melanated person,
I agree with you.
When I'm making contact with a police, they don't look like Kendrick Lamar say. They not like us.
It's a way you gotta act.
I know that there's a difference between how they view me and Becky.
Right, I agree with all of that. Mm-hmm. But see, this is why personally I think these things are being shown, because even though this has been going on and on for years, when enough is enough.
Right.
I'm not saying the police shouldn't have to do their job when people belligerent and try to hurt them and everything. They have the right to go home as well. But at the same time, you gotta pay attention to your situation and say, am I in danger with this guy being in his car, headed to play a football game, that because he said, sir, hey, here's my license. You asked me for my stuff. I gave it to you. And then I rolled my window up because you beat the fuck out of my window of my expensive car. It don't warrant that. It don't warrant that. If you're not going to be...
He should have. He was on his way to go run his license. He just wanted to say something about it. He turned around, looked out the window, and made it an issue, bro. It just is what it is. Like,
okay, when you get stopped by the police, man, it's official business, dog. Honestly, you got to treat it like every police stop is your life is on the line.
I do.
So you can't. I understand where Tariq probably was coming from, but at the same time, to avoid these, I'm not saying it was wrong. And you like, when is enough is enough. Why we can't do what white people do? I get that. It ain't gonna happen though. You know what I'm saying?
We're not that type of people.
But it ain't gonna happen. So the thing is, try to get out of there as quick as possible. I think Tariq honestly escalated it, dog. I mean, he
did.
He did.
He did after the.
But not really. Well, I mean,
it was unnecessary. From start to finish, I gave you what you asked me for in respect of what you asked for. I gave it to you. When I give it to you, that means I am abiding by what you're saying. So all that extra tough guy stuff should have been out of the equation. I got your license ready.
Yeah, this is in hindsight, though. This is all in hindsight how people should react. But usually when two masculine energies like encountering each other and there's a tone and a volume to a voice and a stance, it's not like you're going back and reviewing the tapes of where you made mistakes. I'm knocking on your window because I don't want it to be rolled down right now.
It was stupid in general, but it still wasn't supposed to go that way. Because we know if I'm in one of my cars with tinted windows, I'm rolling all the windows down.
Right.
At the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And leaving the motherfuckers down in the winter. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But some days, like I said, I just got stopped by the police. And I was talking to their ass just like that. Like, whatever. Y'all wait for any chance y'all get to stop my black ass out here. You know what I mean? And that's what they do. When they get a chance, they be loving to get, but I'm finna tear their ass out the frame.
I don't know. You wanted to hurry up and get to your game. I just think kind of like flicking them off and trying to, it just wasn't the smartest thing to
do. You literally, like the police, you supposed to be able to, you can tell the police, you supposed to be able to do that to the police. And there's nothing that can happen. He just supposed to Go do what the fuck you supposed to do.
So help me understand. He flicked them off.
No, I'm just saying I'm saying you can literally do that to the police. You can say fuck you, man. There's nothing they can do about that. But it hurt their feelings. So since it hurt their feelings, and the ones that's weak in the head, they have to express themselves a certain way.
But is it the smart thing to do?
Because it's not at all.
But I just truly
fed up is fed up sometimes.
I won't get off of it. Tyreek didn't get more belligerent until the officer came and got belligerent. So you came up there with the attitude and testosterone, knowing that you was gonna just set it off. You just wanted to prove a point. And even at that point when he was belligerent, he handed him his stuff, and he didn't say nothing until he kept talking.
No, that cop was still talking shit to him after After he set him up, he still was had shit to say.
Tariq probably escalated it, but it was not warranted for police to do what they did.
He was not a threat whatsoever. And then when his teammates stopped like, okay, I'm just, I'm not causing no problem. That same officer kept going like he did, then handcuffed him.
He should have been handcuffed.
But I can pull over. You don't know if I'm waiting on him. I don't know.
But you can't walk up. You can't. Look, I understand. Like
he said, he had his hand.
I ain't on the police side, but I'm just looking at it, or I'm thinking of it from a position if I was, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I stop you, D, and I have this type of situation. Then your buddy come rolling up the street and get out. Also, Amy, his teammate rolled up, and one of his teammates rolled up, got out the car, approached the police, the scene. He approached too close, and then the officer told him to back up. He didn't back up, and now the officer said, "Yo, you want to be in handcuffs, then?" So you got to
obstruct injustice.
Yeah, there's some type of authority level, bro, that has the protocol. Like, I understand where we are as black people. We don't get treated the same way, but at the same time, there's a protocol. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get all of that. It would not have been escalated if the officer didn't have the testosterone going.
Well, you can't. Well,
I handed you my information without saying anything. That's the bottom line.
Hey.
My window.
Look. But if you look, I don't care if you do got I don't care if you do have tinted windows and I know who you is. I stop you and you got tinted windows. You're not rolling your window back up. I don't want them back up. If they was clear, or glass house like we used to call them, then you cool, then I could probably see. But if I can't see, I don't care who you are.
But then if you're on your way to, and I have to think about this too, right? Because I'm just listening right now. But then if you're on your way back to your patrol car to run my plate and to put together my ticket, what does it matter that my windows are up during that point of time? I just roll them back down when you come back to give me my stuff.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying.
So I gotta give Tyreek some leeway there, because if you're walking away, it's Miami. I might be hot. I got my air blowing, or I'm calling my coach to say I'm on my way, but I'm pulled over. I don't know if it mattered that his window was up or down at that point.
Right.
Yes.
Until the officer reapproached.
I just think at that point in time, with him serving as not a threat,
but how do you know? How do you know?
Well, from the video, he rolled his window down. He handed out his license, registration, insurance. The officer was already being belligerent, hitting his window. He said, "Officer, why are you hitting my window like that?"
I don't know, and I see what you said, kid. I don't know if it matters if you're in Miami, Los Angeles, Pontiac, or wherever. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm a police officer and I stop you and you got limo tent where I can't see in, I want your windows down. And I'm
gonna tell you from the video, we can see him in the car.
Right. Even, but no, I don't think you can. Like if you go back to your patrol car and you see it, I'm just trying to put myself in that position as an officer.
Yeah.
If I give you an instruction legally, do you have to? It's just a tricky situation. I don't know the full law about that, but I'm trying to think if I'm in this situation, if I was an officer and I'm stopping somebody with a full tent, I want the windows down all the way till I'm done with this stop.
Well, I'm going to get you right now. this is what I wanted to do, and I wanted to get this through right now. Y'all remember we've been talking about Trump, right?
Mhm.
So the debate go on, right? Stop and frisk. Now you
Okay.
just said you want that.
But that ain't stop and frisk. That got nothing to do with stop and frisk.
Stop and frisk is
That's nothing
they
to
can
do with
do
stop and
whatever
frisk.
they want to do.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is. Stop
It's not.
and frisk.
That's not what
is
stop and
if
frisk
I
is.
pull you over,
Okay,
I
what
can
is it
pull
then?
you
What
over.
is it
What
then?
is it?
Because that's not what stop and frisk is.
Stop and frisk is stopping without no probable cause. The dude was speeding, dude.
Still,
Look, what does stopping a person and what does stopping a person giving them a ticket, but while you giving them a ticket, you want their windows down because it's limo full tent and you can't see
it ain't limo
inside.
tent. We can see in this car.
Dog, do I gotta pull this back up?
Pull it back up and
I
look.
just looked at it. That's the first thing I said is I can see in his
It's hard
car.
to
I
say
can see
too
it.
because
Dog,
of the
you
camera.
can't see in that car,
You got to
dog.
look at the camera and
Pull
the
it up.
angle and all of that. So it will be hard for us to say.
But my man was on his way back to run his shit until my
So,
man said one more
That's
thing.
right.
And he turned around
Right.
and he like, now I'm gonna escalate.
See, I wanted
Because
to,
he
I
said
wanted
something.
to, I wanted to bait Sante in this because this presidential election, you don't have to be speeding. They could just pull you over, and then you can have a cop like that with a lot of testosterone, and he could pull you out the car, snatch you, and put you on the ground.
Well, remember, things got to be voted on, man. It ain't just, a president can come and do it everything.
Yeah, he can.
Things still, no, he can't.
Well,
Things have to be
Yeah, he
voted
can.
on. Just like y'all come up with that abortion.
Yeah.
Abortion is on the state level. It got nothing to do with the president. The
Yeah,
Supreme
it
Court ruled that is a state issue. That is not a federal issue as far as the abortion. A lot of people
already
spewed
said
out
it.
stuff.
He's
No,
already
it's I don't care what he said or what y'all think he said. It has to do on a state level. It's the federal government, the Supreme Court ruled that is a state level.
So why did he
the
put
state,
Roe Wade
so
in?
no, the state of Michigan can negate that for Michigan, Wyoming for Wyoming, Florida for
They can't
Florida.
do that. Right?
Yes, they
Roe v.
can,
Wade
bro.
is in there.
Yes, they can.
No state. It's already in there.
D, where you getting this from, dog? That's on the state level. But what I'm saying is stop and frisk has nothing to do with this type of situation, bro.
Frisk would be worse than Tyreek's
yeah,
frisk.
stop and frisk will be worse than this. Because like he said, you don't have
That's
to
what you're
probable
voting
cause.
We're gonna put stop and frisk right back in there. He
And
already
that's
said it.
profiling, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk
Yes,
about
Has profiling ever stopped?
No, it's just
So it's what's going on here? It never stopped.
I
But
mean, but
he's
it's still,
giving the
I mean,
green
it
light.
slowed it down, though. It slows it down. It slows it down.
when they get back open, it can be whatever.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, see, the thing is, you're looking at it from
Trump, but Trump no good. Trump no
yeah.
good.
Yeah, I got to see this Tyreek thing is just opening it up. It's just going to open up more dialogue of why, even though that's an athlete, yeah, he's not supposed to have privilege and extra privilege. But when he handed the information to you, that was your opportunity to shut your mouth and do your job.
Yeah, that's true.
That was it. There was no more discussion. I got your ID.
Because that's what you stopped me for. You stopped me for speeding.
You got everything.
Give me my speeding ticket. It ain't shit else.
It became personal.
I'm on the ground now, and you're shouting. The other two cops just as calm. But the one is just showing out.
And he was giving him extra knees and everything.
Yeah.
If you really look at the video, I'm like, man, he was really. Then he put his arm, like he couldn't get his hands was already behind his back, but he still took his knee and put it on his arm. I said, this dude a real bitch.
Because at the end of the day, think about this: when they go to court, they're gonna say, "Did you receive his license, registration, and insurance?" Yes, I did, Judge. Well, why did you stand up there and act out because he said, "Hey, just give me my ticket"?
Yeah, that's what it's gonna come down to. But it's gonna just get you out.
No, he's going to make an argument about feeling unsafe because that window was rolled back up.
Yeah,
that's gonna be the argument.
That's what I'm saying.
He basically rolled the window up.
I'm not saying again.
He's
I'm not
He's
saying.
gonna make it seem like he basically rolled
he
the
gonna
window
say
up on me while I was still trying to interact with him.
Right. I'm not saying he's
But
wrong
then
or
the
right or
lawyer's
right or
gonna
wrong.
say right after that, was he a threat to you? Did he have a gun?
I don't know because
Did he have?
I mean, but he can say it with them tinted windows, though. He can say it with the tinted because of the tinted
But
windows.
Miami, it's legal to have those. It's legal.
Yeah.
Well, a certain tent.
That tent was legal. The tent was legal.
Oh Lord.
Well, either way, if it's legal or not, I'm just saying. I'm not saying that he's right, he's wrong, police officer right or wrong. I think from just a standpoint.
Yeah, he could.
Not saying you need to bow down and just be punished or verbally assaulted. You don't, as a black man, I just do not want to hold.
Yeah, I agree.
Court in the street. Like I've been stopped by when we had Pontiac police on Auburn. They shut the whole street down for me. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't get it. And I didn't even understand it. And I don't know. It wasn't, my point of view wasn't warranted. They said I did a violation by the Silverdome at that time and stopped me on Auburn. But I'm like, well, why you stop me this far away? But I didn't hold court. I said, let them do what they tried to do. I sat down on the curb and I tried to just get through it without having a problem. Then I, went to the court and whatever. But, at the end of the day, you're just trying to get out the situation with police because it can just turn bad.
And I do believe that there have been celebrities that have been speeding and smoking and doing things. Yeah. And they pretty much just tell the officer, give me my ticket and let me go. And it's almost like it's almost like a bird, because I'm rich now and I can afford to stop.
Yeah, but look it. Mm-hmm. Why even make your day bad as a police officer? Give them the fucking ticket.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you feel about them. It doesn't matter what you think about them. It don't matter what they say to you unless they threaten you. I don't have Police Administration 103. I had it with Mr. Joel Allen. Like, bro, all that shit is ridiculous.
Yeah, and the thing about it is
the laws, it work for white people. The laws work for white people. With, what I'm saying, when officers do inappropriate things, it worked for them. It just don't work for us.
Hey, we invented the street light, right? Okay. They invented the ticket.
Right.
Yeah. So, and my thing is, it's I get it. Yeah. Even myself, I got a ticket. I was humble. Police told me right in my face, my partner clocked you. I said, huh? Your partner got somebody pulled over. He said, yeah, my partner clocked you. I said, huh? I said, okay. Here you go, officer. And then you go and fight that thing. And it was a waste of our time. Time is valuable.
Yeah, I mean, hey, man, I agree with y'all on a lot of what you're saying. I'm not just trying to be disagreeable, but I'm just saying that I felt like Tariq probably could have handled it better. The police could have handled it better. I ain't saying that he was wrong for not letting his window all the way down. I'm just thinking of on the safety fact that, like, what I mean? What if this went real left?
Right.
Which it really could have. I mean, no matter how much money you got, you can't buy your life back.
Yeah.
You can't buy your life back.
You're not made it to that game at all.
Exactly. So, I mean, when the police, and I tell my sons, man, when the police stop you, you may be wrong, you might be right. But even if you feel like you're right, this is not the place to hold court in the street. All right, officer. All right, officer.
You know that they teach you when you in school and you in academy, they teach you to de-escalate. Always. That is the goal.
But even if they don't de-escalate, it's your priority with your life to de-escalate because your life is on the line.
Right. Until you just have one of them days where you fed up.
But you can't, but you better always be on point with your life. I mean.
So in that case, when Trump says he's going to reactivate stop and frisk, it's going to be quarter on the street every day.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And you can sit in your car and don't say nothing and follow all the rules. You out of that car.
Hey, we'll see when it happens, bro. I don't think that's the.
Why would we vote for somebody who even want that?
I think y'all misinformed. Y'all just be.
Oh, now
y'all misinformed. Just like no. Y'all be misinformed about the stop and frisk, about the abortion, about the what's the Project 2025, about the.
The Project 2025.
Y'all be all over the place.
Okay, what's the biggest misconception?
I'm sorry, what you said?
What's the biggest misconception about the abortion thing or 2025?
The abortion is that thing is that he is going to make it where women all over the country can't go to get an abortion. I didn't know it was such a great big old thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that many women. Hold on, let me ask the question. That I didn't know that many women really want to have abortions like that. I'm like, I never seen it. But do what you want to with your body. But a lot of people are saying that he's going to
No, they're
prohibit.
saying you can't do what you want to do with your
Right.
body.
But that again, people are getting a misconception. You just can't come out and say that. You have to. That is laws that have to be passed, but that's on a state level. The state has power. Federal can't come in and just say this is
Why
a
would the
sweeping.
federal even get involved?
Exactly. They can't. They can't.
So
No, they
why
can't.
are we even talking about it at the federal
Because
level?
it's a misconception. You can talk about whatever on the federal level, but the Supreme Court has ruled this is a state issue. So Michigan can do what they want. Any state can do what they. So if Michigan prohibit it, then you got to deal with Granholm. You know what I mean? So it's the governors or that state that deals with these type of things. And Roe v. Wade was basically so that the states could have their own power. That's what Roe v. Wade was. Nobody's disbanding that. You got to go to the Supreme Court level to overturn that. And the Supreme Court said that's not an issue that we're dealing with, and that is a state level issue. So I don't know why people was kicking that out. You got to be knowledgeable when you're saying these type of things because people will out here. No, people know. People will out here and vote on that.
No, Sante.
But no, D. People will go out here and vote on that and not being informed, knowing that that's not true. That can't happen. It has to be voted on or overturned by the Supreme Court, which is not going to happen.
Hey, like Pac said, since a man can't make one,
we'll deal with Granholm.
Why is men trying to tell women
hey
when and where to make one?
But why is we even tripping off that? Well, that's a state issue.
It's not a state issue.
It is, dog.
He's putting that in, bro.
He can't put it in, D.
No way.
He can't put it in, D. He
Well,
can't.
that's what a lot of the conservatives are promising.
He can. He
Can't put it
owns
in,
the
though.
Supreme. All those judges there, he put there.
No, he didn't. Not all of them.
Yeah, he did. What the hell?
He put all the Supreme Court justices in there. You know
All
how many
the
Supreme?
majority
Do you know how many?
put in
The
there.
majority.
That's why they changed
majority.
how long they stay.
Yeah, then
Dog, no Supreme Court. No, dog. Supreme Court justices are made for life.
Up in there.
No, dog. Supreme Court justices are made for life. When you become a judge, you are a
They
judge for
changing
life.
that.
They ain't,
Why
dog.
didn't just put a thing to pass it? Just they only can stay 12 years.
No, D.
You got to.
Hey, where are you getting this
yeah,
from?
they
bro?
is about to change that.
They is about to change that. It's on the. It's on.
Have they changed it though? You saying they keep?
No,
They're
they
going
haven't.
to.
They're getting ready.
Well, then they haven't changed it. Then you can't say that they changed it and they haven't did it.
Ready to change it.
Dog, you can't change it unless it's voted on.
They getting ready to vote. We getting ready to vote.
Who's gonna vote on it?
We voting on
No,
it.
the Senate. They have to vote on stuff like that, D.
Listen,
You just
what I'm
can't
saying.
make a law. You just can't make
No
a law
matter-
that's thin air, dog.
Listen. No matter.
People are forgetting that there's 3 branches of government.
But what are the
You care
conservatives
about the 3 branches
do?
of government at this point when that guy get in there, bro.
No, you can't change that, dog. That's not what it is.
So you're saying you're cool with everything MAGA say. I ain't even saying that dude's name. I don't even get the president.
No,
title.
absolutely not. No.
Yeah, well, you support him. You got to.
Well, dog, that's not the case, bro. You go into the stream.
If you support him, you support the ideas. You can't backtrack. You got to say you support the ideas.
You support the ideas, yeah.
You support
I'm sorry, what you say, Amy?
That's your candidate.
That's my candidate. Absolutely, it is my candidate.
So you're supporting his movement.
I'm supporting the things that I believe in. Like, we don't 100% believe in everything that a candidate stand for. I never have.
No,
but majority,
you
but
can't
no,
say that.
you can't. No, you can't say that. So you believe in everything that Kamala.
Say that.
You believe in everything Kamala Harris doing?
Yeah.
You don't even know what she's doing. So, tell me what she's doing. Tell me what Kamala's doing, dog.
I'm voting for her.
What does Kamala represent? What does she represent?
She represents the middle class.
Ain't
What
that
does Trump vote? What does Trump represent?
Dog.
What is Trump?
Me and you had a conversation about the middle class the other day.
What is Trump?
What is she representing about the middle class? Tell me what is it? That's a broad statement. Tell me specifically.
There's many things.
She has more in common with us.
So what you want me to accent?
Tell me. Somebody tell me exactly what this is.
Education.
Kamala has
education, prisoner reentry, child
Tell
care.
Nakia she need to call in.
Yeah, call in.
Call in.
Why I'm washing dishes.
Right.
You can call in. You can wash dishes and talk to us at the same time.
Yeah.
Right.
But no, she has more in common with us than Trump. Sante, there's nothing Trump has done in his lifetime that you could compare and say,
Oh yeah.
that's me. That's me.
How you gonna tell? This is what it's to me.
Look, me and you grew up in the same house. Ain't nothing you can tell me, or I can tell you. There's nothing about me that generates what Trump is saying or doing. He don't know nothing about me, and he don't care nothing about me or you.
And Kamala do.
She do.
Ha ha. Why?
Clearly, he don't know about the program she started.
Why? What program? That's why I'm asking, dog. I've been having people cold calling me about voting. I've been asking them questions about. They say, "Who are you voting for?" I say, "Tell me about Kamala." They can't tell me, dog. They not telling me anything she stands on. But we gonna find out tonight when the debate happens. Maybe she can answer some questions.
They're not telling you what she stands for.
Why not?
But wait a minute. You saying that they're not telling us what she stands for, but you can sit and say, you know what Trump stands for?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, wait. That's a yes or no. You said yes, right?
Yep.
What do we stand for?
He stands for immigration, getting closing the immigration border and getting the illegal.
What got to do with you?
Okay, let him.
You won't let me answer.
Let me finish because he don't never get to finish because he don't.
I sure don't because I'm outnumbered here.
No, go ahead because I've never heard you say nothing more than immigration. So I want to hear.
Well, that's the main one. At least I got something to stand on. What y'all don't even know what you're standing on. What I'm telling you is this: is that the immigration does have
the illegals coming over here, Sante.
The illegal is not the immigration of people coming over. It's the illegal immigration. And the problem I have with it, y'all never let me finish, and I have told y'all, is resources that could be acclimated to us, that could be coming to us.
Hold on, let him finish.
Y'all don't even believe, why would you want your resources gone? So that's one of the things. I told you the second one.
The resources that you need, do that. Let me tell you, the resources that you need, do Trump even need them? He don't even need them because he a million, billion, trillionaire. So his resources is different than your resources.
Right, but the ones that the immigrants is getting, I need. So also the ones that that I told you guys about the basically the foreign affairs. Mm-hmm. Told you about the foreign affairs. You know what I mean? Where the military and everything is going. That things were a little bit different. You know what I mean? When he was in office. So that's another concern because again, I got two sons that are of war age. I be thinking about that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I wouldn't want anything to pop off and happen. I don't know how Kamala, and I don't really, I tell you the truth, up under Joe Biden, things have run roughshod really across the world. I can say.
So you can honestly say that you think Trump
things were a little bit calmer, dog.
Would be a safe place from a war not starting?
You said things were a bit calmer when Trump was in office?
They were. Were there any wars?
Were you living?
Were there any wars?
Hold on.
Were there any major wars going on?
Yeah, the same shit that's going on.
No, but were there any wars though? Were there any major wars?
Going on right now, yeah.
No, it wasn't. The Middle East was not stabilized, but it was stable.
What about the deficit? Did he leave it good or bad?
The deficit was the deficit was under control.
You know it's
There's always going to be a deficit, but the deficit was under control.
He had the highest deficit.
You thinking the COVID came? You had to do stuff.
So of
Come
course,
on, man.
It was quiet during COVID. No country was at war.
Well, maybe. Hey, look, maybe. That
they
bro.
couldn't have went to war. They killed each other from COVID.
The world don't care about measles or chicken pox or nothing like that, dog. If it's a war going on, they going at it.
Well, I'm
had nothing to do. This. And it was 3 years prior before COVID came. Was anything happening? China was up under control. Russia was pretty much under control. Israel, the Middle East, Afghanistan was stable, quote unquote stabilized. Iraq, all these things were kind of okay. You know what I mean? Things weren't firestorming.
Okay. Can I
look it up?
Can I say something about it, Joe candidate? That you can prove, you can look it up and read it yourself.
Go ahead.
You keep talking about these tariffs that he's going to put on China and these different states. I keep saying it in this damn podcast, but I'm explaining it a different way so that people get it for sure. A tariff is not put on another country. It's a tax put on the product to make it so high that Americans do not want to buy the product. That's what a tariff is, bro.
You just looked that up. Because that's a tariff is put on
yeah,
on countries,
I looked
dude.
it up on my lighter then. What do you mean I just look it up? I bet you
tariffs are placed on countries,
is exactly what I said it is.
Tariffs are put on products that come from other countries, so it is put on
That's
countries.
what I said. Exactly. That's what I said.
So it's put on countries, dog.
No, it's not. The other country doesn't have to pay it. We pay it. That show you don't be knowing what you're talking
Hold
about.
on. We pay a tariff?
I bet you $100.
Come on, bro.
So if they put a tariff on Toyota vehicles and you want to buy a Toyota vehicle, you're going to pay that high amount for that Toyota vehicle, even though you're in the States. If China want to bring that Toyota vehicle in America, they got to sell it for more. So who's going to buy that vehicle?
No. Look at yet and still. Hold on, bro. Don't get it twisted for people to think it go that way. It doesn't. They're not selling it for higher. The United States is making them sell it
for higher. Right.
You know what I'm saying? They're raising the price up so that you buy American. That's the whole point of tariffs. It's so that the United States can tax that price so it raises it up to make you want to buy an American product. That's what a tariff is, bro.
Well,
let's go. We middle class folks.
So when he's saying he putting tariffs on these countries, that's not true. It's not possible.
Well, a tariff, according to Google, where people search, a tariff is a tax levied on imported goods by a country or a government. Of course, tariffs are a way to regulate foreign trade. So basically, yeah, you bring your stuff in here, you have to pay an import tariff for that. And you should.
No, you wording it wrong. That's not how.
Dog, I'm reading it how it says.
You're reading it wrong. You're not understanding what you're reading.
Okay, tariff is a way to regulate foreign trade and protect domestic industries from unfair competition. So what am I reading? Tell me what am I reading?
So when it states from unfair competition is what they saying is China product is so cheap for them to make it fair so that American products can sell for a decent price. They put a tariff on it within the United States to raise the price, sir.
That right there.
Okay.
Hey, Sanjay, look at it like this.
I hear you. I'm just listening, dog. I'm listening.
I can't have this head for nothing, bro.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Hey, let me give you this. And people, and I'm not saying you, Sanjay. I'm saying those who support the other guy. If you're a small business, Vice President Harris is going to help you grow bigger. Now, that's that one. If you're a small business,
and that's starting right now too. That's starting right now.
So the other guy wasn't thinking of that. He didn't care about your small business. He didn't care about strengthening you. The other thing is he gonna cut the taxes for us because the rich is paying less taxes. So she gonna cut the taxes to make it fair. If you're making a whole bunch of money, you're gonna pay higher taxes. If you're making middle class, you're gonna pay that. That's that. Hey, and then people that got Social Security, our elders, all those people, the other guy want to get rid of that. So
where you hear that at, D?
He out of his mouth. Yeah.
That's what he said. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he be talking about.
That's what he said?
He be flying off the handle.
All right. Okay.
He be flying off the handle with it. Because I'm tired of hearing this book.
Hey, y'all pretty amped up tonight. Y'all know Camilla is on her way out.
No, she's on her way.
Kamala, I'm sorry.
Yeah. She's on her way.
It ain't Kamala.
But those, and I want, and see, this is what happened. Just like when Harriet Tubman was trying to get up out of there. She had those who was telling on, and they looked like her. We got the same thing in this election, knowing that they don't like us, knowing they ain't caring nothing about our community, our children, or nobody. That's why they could come up with.
Only thing that I see far as not, and I'm looking up everything that you're saying. I'm looking at articles from Forbes, from different publications, and they saying like, well, you just said to Social Security. All I see, and I put in his name just to see kind of fact checking basically, and I'm just seeing what is and it said Trump promises to halve the taxes on Social Security. You know what I mean? Or so I didn't see anything about trying to take Social Security away. Why and how and why would you do that? What president would do something like that? Why would it? I mean, why?
Because you want rich.
That is a way. That's a surefire way to lose an election. Telling somebody you're gonna stop Social Security.
You want rich and you want poor. You don't want middle. You want rich and you want poor because you can control that.
But D, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, why would a president come out and say he's gonna halt or stop Social Security? That's a surefire way to lose.
Because he want to be a dictator.
Because it's a no.
Why would you come out
the reason?
Why would you come out and say that you want to control a woman's body?
No. The real reason
you ain't God.
No, the real reason that they say that they want to cut Social Security is because it would take such a big gap out of the deficit because they decided to say, fuck the people that worked, you know what I'm saying, and just take their money, and then we don't have to worry about this big deficit that we got. A big chunk of it will be gone if we just steal the American people money.
Okay.
Pimping poverty is the name
right.
you want to call
it.
Yeah. I just like to, have facts.
And
but it just make. I mean, it would be a big lump sum of money. Like
you just can't.
Would these facts change your mind, Sante?
No,
I don't like Kamala at all because
Kamala.
I haven't whatever her name is Harris.
Hater.
Because
President Harris.
Hey, bro, she could be running against anybody. I probably wouldn't even vote for her, bro. It's
Why?
like because the reason is because I don't even know what I've really. I mean, I'm for real. I have not said that I just don't want to vote for the woman. I have not really seen or heard from her in the last 3.5 years. I mean, she hasn't been visible. This is from my look or my take.
Yeah.
I haven't seen really what her stance has been. She haven't really taken a big mantle. You know what I mean? I know the vice president is the vice president, and you don't see them as much as the president.
Yeah.
But even now, even with her running, she hasn't even really came out and said what her platform is. She really hasn't.
Hey, tell me who the last 5 vice presidents was.
I could tell you. Her, Pence, the dude, Sleepy Joe, George Bush had what was my man name? He shot my man. You know what I'm talking about. I know who these dudes is. You know what I'm saying? But they do. But the vice president is there to support the president.
Right.
So the policies of the president has to be. He's counseling with the vice president. You know, they are swaying the president in decision making. So when it comes to the policy, I don't like what Joe Biden policies really were. You know, I never liked Joe Biden. He always just came across like he came across somebody I ain't like.
I don't want to make it seem like we're attacking you as the individual.
Oh, I can handle it, bro. I love it. Actually, it's fun when that happens.
Everybody,
I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I'll be attacking them. I'll be attacking them.
I know. It's a lot of
right. You know what? Go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
There's a lot of people voting.
Go ahead. I got something for y'all.
Trump that look like me, or they say that. I don't believe that either. I think that's a host too. That a lot of them are voting. So here's the other thing. I think. You know, you making me lose my train of thought. It ain't funny, man. That ain't funny. I hope he wasn't playing with that stuff. But like I said, this guy don't supporting the people, man. He's just doing this for shits and giggles.
Hey, so let me ask y'all, what do y'all think this debate gonna really kind of? I'm glad we having this conversation, man. Honestly, even though it get heated, but I'm glad we do it because
all he gonna do is get up there and take personal attacks on people, man.
You think that's how the turnout gonna be?
That's all he gonna do. This guy really want to go home and golf, man. And I don't know why
look it.
Don't let him go golf.
Let me say this before I forget. I've been looking at this orange dude, bro. He don't want to run no more.
He don't want to
run.
run.
There's only 2 people that's saying this in the world that I know of right now. Mm-hmm. Me and Charlemagne the God. I have watched him say stuff on purpose that would, if the people caught on, if the people really cared to catch on to it, he just, number one, the first thing he said is he's not a Christian. He had been saying before that he was, a Christian pretty much. This year, he just said, he flat out said, I'm not a Christian, but you guys are my like, wait a minute. You've been running you've been running the Jesus campaign. Then he turned around and said he had all rights to interfere with the election. Like, he just like
there's something wrong with him.
Why would you say that?
Was there something in the news about him shitting himself?
Yeah, they said something like he was in the courtroom dookie on himself. That's what they were saying, that he was smelling like doo-doo during the trial in New York.
He's not well.
Man, don't you know good and well, if that was the case, if he was like Sleepy Joe, it'd have been big news.
Hey, he works for Sleepy Joe.
Oh, come on. You know he's not far from it. Come on now. He's right behind Joe.
Hey. He got Joe beat by a mile, man. Joe.
Hey, look,
I hope Joe doing okay for himself.
You might have found one thing that I agree with Sante on. That orange fucker just might be in a little bit more shape than he is.
Bruh.
That's it. But ain't nothing else. But he's still a loser. He's a loser.
What Marty say? He said actual some roles of the VP serving as president offer that sole power to break the tie vote in the Senate. It's not a role of the VP to agree everything. The say just gotta put out the true stuff. Who you talking about though, Mark? Who's just saying stuff? Say names, bro, or call in. So yeah, that's all I'm saying. You can call in if you like.
Your tone,
right?
Right. You talking to me? I just said I was gonna be quiet today when y'all talk about politics. I'm just gonna chime in.
I'm ready to talk about anything. I've seen some cotton candy at the store. I don't know.
But I love it though. Honestly though, man. Honestly, I like it. I like that we talk about stuff like this, the hard topics and the issues. Like I don't care. Like I tell people, I don't even care that we disagree. You know what I mean? Because ain't nobody gonna always be 100% agreeing on everything, and I'm not the disagreeable type. I am kind of always the go along type of guy, but I am. Just in my later age, man. I'm just deciding to
be crazy.
Be crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Nuts.
Oh, the VP prosecutor about to put in his. Oh,
Yeah, I think he's gonna struggle tonight.
Who put that up? D.
Let me get my pen dry.
Yeah, let me go back to doing what I'm doing then, because I almost felt bad for you. That's why I took mine off. Let me go and put mine on. Keep it up.
Hey, I'm going like that. That's what you're going to see for the next 8 years, right there.
All right, cool.
Well, I don't want to see that one. That was sad. I didn't like that one. I felt that.
Amy, put up the shooter for me. Put the nigga on the roof for me. Put the nigga on the roof for me.
Hey, right. I know and then it's going to get cut. You know what I'm saying? It's going to end up getting cut.
I know what I want to do.
I want to see that nigga on the roof.
We're going to go like that. We're going to leave right there.
They
ain't no telling people they can't do nothing.
If you want to talk about smear campaign, what about Kamala? They saying she slept her way to the top.
Well,
I ain't even gonna even talk about.
See, now you don't want to talk about. You want to talk about the rapist. You want to talk about him raping, right?
Hey, listen, Sante,
I'm not feeding into that smut you're selling.
See, what mom used to say was good for the goose is good for the gander. We could talk about all his indiscretions, quote unquote, but they say that she slept her way to being the prosecutor.
Oh, but check it out. What if she did? Is it a law against being a hoe?
Is it a law against getting a prostitute or a porn star? Is it a law against sleeping with a prostitute?
Yes,
not a prostitute. I'm sorry,
really
not a prostitute. A porn star.
A porn star. It is a law.
A porn star. I'll say it. Not a prostitute.
Drinking is against the law.
Lying about money and stealing.
Is it a crime for putting people behind bars and not taking the evidence and not letting them out even after the evidence comes?
I don't think it's fair to do that to women about who she slept with. Nobody has come forward to say they had her bent over here, there, and everywhere. It just took one person to say she slept her way to the top, and everybody running with it. But there hasn't been a line full of men saying that they boned this woman.
Because men don't do that. Men don't really care.
But you talk about fact checking and Googling and stuff. Google who she slept with.
I can. I'm about to tell you right now.
Go ahead. I'll give you one. Montel.
Montel Williams.
Montel Jordan.
No, Montel Williams.
Montel Williams.
Yep. No.
And
what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Nothing. That was a good man for her. Yeah.
You find a couple of dudes that she gave some to, and all of a sudden she.
I don't care about that.
And what does Montel Williams have to do?
No, not her. Not him.
Her way to the top.
Not him. Not him. It's another guy. He was important in the city of Oakland, and she was sleeping with this guy. He was married, quote unquote, and she was his side woman, and you know. And he was an important guy. He helped her get the position.
Man, you a hater.
Dude, I'm telling you what it is. And he confirmed it, dude. Okay,
so what? She gave up some pussy.
So what I'm not tripping about it, but what I'm saying is y'all tripping about him sleeping with a porn star. Man, that come out that said he did something to him.
I'm tripping about him talking about he grabbing females by the pussy. I never said nothing about him sleeping with a porn star.
Trump slept with kids.
Yeah, and he had that CSC case that nobody can't find no more. Why you can't find that CSC case on the internet?
Yeah, he slept with kids.
And we know that shit real.
They never showed his documents.
I'll do it. I got it right here.
Hey, what'd you say? Dante said, me too, sis. I think she gonna make him look bad. Hey, Dante. Hey, bro, you changing. I just talked to you not too long ago. You weren't saying that, bro.
Hey, don't be trying to put pressure on Dante. You ain't shit, dog. You see? He out here tonight.
He wasn't saying that just 30, 40 minutes ago before I got on.
He said, Dante said what he said, bro. I see.
Bro.
Shit.
He make himself look bad half the time.
Yeah, damn.
But, you know, it is what it is. I think it's going to be entertaining. That's why I wanted to go ahead and air it tonight. I know we got differences of opinions or whatever, but I think it's overall probably the most important debate of our time. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's going to be not only just entertaining, but I'm real interested, really, to hear from her.
You lucky it ain't the summer. Ooh, if it was the summertime, I would come and shoot your house up with my electric water guns.
Honestly,
spray
dog.
Everybody.
On the kid said Don was married. Don Juan was married, but Kamala wasn't.
It don't matter.
That makes a big difference.
It don't matter.
It does.
Oh, there you go. Malcolm, I'm with that.
Yeah.
I'm with Malcolm. I'm with that. I like that. I like that. I like that. I can dig that better than the Kamala. I like that picture.
Hey.
Love it. I love it. So, but yeah, man, you know, so I think it's gonna be
You think it's gonna be good?
I think it's gonna be. I think some questions gonna be answered tonight.
I think he's gonna struggle real bad tonight.
Yes, because they gotta mute it, so he can't take those personal attacks. He gotta stand on business.
Anybody like to call in? Can call in real quick. The number is 248-905-1128.
Oh, they said the orange man was taking it.
That's of course what they are saying, but you know they said the same thing about Tupac, Mike Tyson.
Wait a minute, how you gonna let him off the hook but then hang her?
That's what I'm. Hey, look, what I'm saying is that whatever Kamala did, she did. I'm not condemning her. What I'm saying is they're condemning him for stuff that they ain't even got a
proof
of. Like Bill Cosby. What's that? Okay, you shaking hands with a world leader. So what? What's the problem?
A dictator, right?
It don't make a difference what he is.
Out of America, right?
Here go Martell.
He said, hey, Putin said,
Martell, are you online?
They told Putin.
Martell, you online?
Yeah, I can't hop on the computer right quick, so I just called in.
Yeah, what do you think about the debate tonight, dog?
It's gonna be must-see TV, man, for real. Honestly, he really didn't even want a debater for real.
Yeah, right. Come on, man.
No, he didn't. No. It's a fact. He didn't want a debater. I mean, you can look that up. He said he didn't want a debater because he felt like that she shouldn't even be on the ticket. He said he didn't want a debater. That's his word. He said he didn't want a debater. He said he signed up for a debate with Joe Biden. So he said he didn't want a debate. Those are his words, man.
Do you think that, but what do you think gonna come out of this debate then, as far as like what do you feel like you gonna learn, or what do you feel like you need to know? I know none of y'all are on the fence, but do you feel like what are you expecting from Kamala tonight?
Here's what I want to hear from the debate. I don't care who you vote for, who you decide to vote for. I don't care who your candidate is. I really would love for us to get back to hearing about policies and what your plan is. I don't want to hear nothing about. I don't want to hear about nothing about attacking each other. My biggest thing about DT, because I don't even like saying his name. My biggest thing about DT, if you want to vote for him, if you want to vote for him, hey man, God bless you. My biggest thing is about everything that comes out the man mouth is he's attacking someone and it's never answering the questions that he's getting asked in interviews. It's always shooting to the left. When you can ask this man anything about policy, and then it's Kamala's a horrible person. Kamala did this. Kamala ain't black. Stay on topic. Just stay on topic, and then everybody can make their own decision. That's my biggest thing. Just stay on. If his policies in your mind is better than hers, vote for him. I could care less, real talk. But the point I'm trying to make is all the man does is stay on attack. Everything is attack. It's attack on the people. It's attack on black people. It's attack on black people's jobs. It's attack on women and their bodies. Just stay to the point. So you asked the question, what am I? Think this is going to happen? I still think it's going to be a lot of not answering the question. What I would like to happen is answering the question.
I hear you.
I agree with that.
Well, we'll see tonight. I think it's going to
be.
He's
always has trouble staying on course.
Well, it's supposed to be, the same type of situation where him and Joe had. I mean, as far as the rules, neither one of them can over talk, and muted mics. And Kamala didn't want it like that, from my understanding. She didn't want that same format that Joe. Muting. Who?
Muting.
No, she didn't want the mute. She didn't want muting.
What she did. You're right. She didn't want it. Hold on. But if you're gonna say that she didn't want it, you gotta explain why she didn't want it. She didn't want it because she's a queen of debating.
What? Bro, this lady about to get okay, bro. I'm just listening to you. Go ahead. How
many more minutes we got?
We got
we got about 5-10 more minutes.
Yeah.
She's a great.
I already got my snacks and alcohol.
Right.
She's a great speaker, and she's a great speaker, and she doesn't mind. You got to think about it. She's done debates even when she was vice president. She's done debates, so no, she didn't. She felt like that they didn't need the whole mute button thing. Now, personally, I'm kind of glad that they are doing it, because if you don't do a mute button with him, ain't no telling what we gonna hear. What's going on? Ain't no telling what we gonna hear.
Just try to talk over her. That was it. That's all he gonna do.
Yeah, he's gonna talk over if there's no mute button.
We'll be able to hear it.
I mean, he's a bully. I mean, I ain't trying to be funny. At the end of the day, he's a bully.
Well, we'll see. You know what I mean? We'll see. They and the time for talking is over between everybody else. You know what I mean? We gonna see what she has to bring to the table, what he has to bring to the table. I don't think she's gonna fare well, man. Honestly, okay. I'm hoping that one thing. I am hoping that she do
just
find out what her policies are. That's what I'm interested in knowing.
Just know this: if he were to win, you cannot make one excuse when things don't go the way you feel they should.
Well, just because you vote for somebody don't mean that you can't have a complaint. No, see, that's another thing black people have a problem with. Telling other black people what they can't do. Yeah, you can. If I vote as an American citizen, I can have a complaint all I want. Yeah, I mean, I'm part of the process. You know what I mean?
Oh, because you
can.
You voted for the ideology of what he's standing for. You can't say if you stand for him,
all right,
you agree with everything he's saying.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I really wish we would get to, and this is just being for real. I really would wish that we would get to the point of being able to have good, healthy debate and not fall out over political views.
Well, we
because
do.
Here's
we
the
do.
thing.
But majority of black people don't. You know what I'm saying? Majority of us don't.
I was just about to say the majority of people. No, the majority of people is again. I know people that's falling out over this election. Honestly, literally falling out over the election. I think
I'll bring it back on when it comes on.
I think that's asinine to fall out over this election. I got white friends that I know who they voting for. That don't mean that they're not my friend. You understand what I'm saying? So we got to get back to the point of not letting this whole political thing drive a wedge between this country. And that's honestly the thing. That's one of the major things I have a problem with DT. I'm okay. Your policy is your policy. But he's driving the wedge between the people of America. He is.
Wasn't it already? It was already a wedge, man.
But you got to say that during his term, he made it far worse than it had
absolutely
ever been in a very long time.
Absolutely, Amy.
The United States was unhinged almost those entire 4 years. Hell, he didn't even leave out peacefully.
No, I agree with. I agree with you totally, Amy.
Sante, why do you want to know Kamala? Why do you want to know Kamala views if you're not voting for it? So if she say some good stuff, that's gonna change your mind.
It could possibly.
You just said you don't like her.
But she could probably change. Look, I'm not like 100%. Like y'all, I think y'all really think that I really love Donald Trump like that. I'm having fun with this, but it's not everything I agree with what he says or does. I'm not saying that I'm 100% with the candidate.
I don't like her,
but I don't like her.
Why?
You know what I'm saying? And I don't like her because she doesn't show what she stands for. She's against. She don't even identify as a black woman, and a lot of y'all even think that she does. She don't just because she's a sorority sister don't mean nothing.
Right? We got that's.
That don't mean that. That don't even mean nothing. She's playing.
I'm cool with her not identifying as a black woman.
It don't matter.
She don't identify no black woman.
But listen to what you just said.
She's black when she's convenient.
Neither does Donald Trump.
Hold on. Listen to what you just said.
It don't matter what she is. It don't matter what she is.
Because if she was
Barbie, it don't matter. And she was on the right views and talking the right stuff. You still gonna go to this crooked catch up ear?
But Sante, what you? But Sante.
Yo.
But Sante, hold on. But Sante, what you're doing is just what I just talked about. You're saying you don't like her. It's okay to say I don't like her policies. I don't like what she stands
It's okay
for.
to say you don't like somebody, dog. It's okay.
But
do that.
So, hold on. But why don't you?
I just told you.
I'm gonna call it. Hold on. Let me say this. I'm gonna call it spade a spade.
Just like how y'all don't like Donald Trump.
How can I finish? Let me finish.
A bunch of speculation.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this because a lot of people don't want to say this. They don't want to keep it real. But I'm gonna keep it real. A lot of our people that has a problem with her, they talk about her prosecution record. That's exactly what they talk about. Well, let me tell you how I feel about this. Don't do shit to get prosecuted about. Because guess what? The things that we do over in this country that we so used to getting away with, if you did this in another country, they're gonna cut your hand off.
Mark, I mean, I'm listening to you, man, and I'm hearing you, but it's not making.
How am I tripping? It's the truth.
You're making a bold, broad assumption, dude. Don't get it. No, it's not about being. No, I did let you finish. No, I let you finish. What I'm saying is you let her.
About the people.
No, bro. Yeah, of course you do wrong. You get prosecuted, but she's overstanding. She's withholding evidence after getting the evidence of somebody's. Dog, people will say people
withhold evidence.
Dog, it's documented.
What happened one time?
All right.
It's not.
Right.
It's not.
But you got a man. Hold on.
That was true.
Sante, you said Sante, let me finish.
All right.
Let me finish. You said she withhold. You saying she's withhold documents.
She has.
She's done this, and this.
She has.
Let me finish. Let me ask you a question. Yet, hold on. Which none of this has been proven. Yet you got a guy.
It is been proven. Dog, I'm not just saying things about this lady, bro. These are documented in California. Dante, you should know. Caller. I mean,
let me finish. You keep saying documented, yet you have a guy on the other end that's convicted, not documented, not words, convicted felon. It's a difference of being convicted.
So Mark. Okay, Mark. Okay, I hear you. What I'm telling you is, I hear the conviction. Anybody can be convicted when they have a kangaroo court, dog. Yeah. Anybody can be convicted. I can be convicted of wrongly of some stuff I didn't do. A lot of you guys know a lot of people that got convicted of things that they probably did not do.
Are you trying to say that this nigga didn't do that shit, bro? Now you know better now. You just
so what makes you think he didn't do it? What makes you think? What makes you feel like he didn't do it?
So
Man,
you telling me he got?
it.
Okay, it's starting. Let's get ready to get down on it. Oops, let me.
Hey, come back on after the debate. I promise you, I'll get on.
No, I'm well. We're doing live coverage, so you can call back if you like, or But we.
Will we be able to hear?
Yeah, we are. I'm about to.
Yeah, we're going to be able to hear them and us.
Over the summer, and Harris became the Democratic nominee. A lot has happened in a very compressed period of time.
Yes, it has. And we have a few moments until the debate starts. We will join it. ABC News is broadcasting it, but we will simulcast it right here in its entirety. It's taking place at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia.
And microphones will be muted while the other one is talking. Each candidate will get 2 minutes for answers. There will be closing statements, but no opening statements. So we expect them to probably mix it up rather early in this as they stake out their positions and we get a sense of where all this is going.
And the mics are muted when the other is talking. So let's take you to Philadelphia now and the first presidential debate of 2024.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses.
Still waiting for her to say
My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before. which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions.
He just said it again. He said
and you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. Just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it will mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. You heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact.
Right.
Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime, a violation to their body, does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban, because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter, because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came to your desk?
Well, I won't have to, because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it, because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. Well, wonderful. Let's go to Congress. Do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond. But I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, and that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
No.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and
You're
probably
lying.
after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside, and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there. and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say.
It's actually true.
They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase. Make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president,
it has been reports in the news that they was eating immigrants was eating the ducks and stuff. And for real though, it was in the news.
Steroids.
It was in the news.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is the
people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people on television said the dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
Talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formally worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I needed you to put the whipping sound in.
I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people whose were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Oh, man, such another good fact.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah. It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris,
FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
Weaponized, please.
We gotta
This is the
continue
one
here.
that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done. Protecting seniors from abuse have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of it. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment
to.
that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I asked, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar, remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect.
They
I was
catering
also
to her.
an acting senator.
These
I was
moderators,
there.
NBC moderators,
And
they
on
are.
that
They
day,
are.
the president of the United States
they are.
incited a violent
They are.
mob
To
to attack our nation's capital.
Just watch how they act.
To
Of course, y'all ain't gonna say
desecrate
it like that.
our
but-
nation's capital. On that day,
I'm looking at it from a
140 law
biased
enforcement
place.
officers
You know, I'm
were
looking
injured.
at it like how their
And some
tone with him,
died.
their tone with her.
And
It's
understand,
totally different.
the
not
former
answering that
president
question
has
her
been
own.
indicted and impeached for
Okay.
exactly
I'm just saying
that
what I
reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are
now they
killing
gonna
many
stop
people,
him.
unlike J6.
No, they stop him. No, he's not. She's been talking a lot. It's
It
like,
really brings us.
have you noticed she haven't went over her time once?
Bro, this is always the thing. This
Mr.
ain't
President, for 3.5 years.
Okay.
after,
So she ain't never talked over time. All you gotta do is count and look at it.
claim that you won.
Okay,
Many
cool.
times saying you won
Okay.
in a landslide.
Okay.
In the past
I'm just
couple of
listening.
weeks leading up to this
I'm listening.
debate,
I'm
you
listening.
have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two
Well,
things.
what else is he supposed to talk about?
And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republicans.
Look how they attack it, dog.
They said
we
They
didn't have
dog.
standing.
They not treating it the same, dog.
They said we didn't have
No,
standing.
that's not they.
Technicality.
That's not the moderator's. That's not the moderator's job, dog.
The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's
So you can't see that they are the
NBC.
NBC.
You'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, "We won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote." Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that.
That's right.
But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes.
Now they want to stop
him.
him.
She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed.
How long
and
did he
now
say
she's
he had
running.
to
I don't
respond?
understand it, but I'm okay with it because
Your time is
I
up.
think we're going
How
to do
long did
very
he
well.
say he had to respond?
Turning now
How
to
long
the
has it
Israel-Hamas
been?
war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President
She hasn't
Harris,
went over
in
her
December,
time
you
one
said,
time
quote,
yet.
Israel has a right to defend itself, but
okay.
you added, quote, it
No, I'm just saying she hasn't went over her time one time yet, right?
Must be respected. Israel must do more.
I don't care if
to
she's
protect
still on point
innocent
now, but
civilians.
she hasn't went over. So y'all telling me she hasn't went over her time one time since she started talking?
100 hostages remain.
I've been counting.
Just
I've been
last
looking
week,
at the
Prime
timer right
Minister
here.
Benjamin
She's been
Netanyahu
over her
said
time.
there's not a deal in the making. President
And
Biden
he's talking
has
about
not
the
been
same
able
amount
to
of
break
time, and
through
they're
the
stopping.
stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around.
Right here.
Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
I'm sorry, y'all, but whoever voted with him, you better check yourself.
So far, what y'all think, man?
Man, this shit is this shit is a carnival. Nah, it ain't even like you can't even you can't even troll me on this one. You couldn't even irritate me about this shit. This nigga, he just a clown. His level of understanding of politics is so low that I don't even get why he made it this far, dog. Like I think that so many other dumb people relate with him that you know what I'm saying, because a lot of the people that voted for him before was actually people that didn't vote. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to say it, but they call them people that was in the sticks. You know what I'm saying? That actually didn't vote before. So the fact that they could relate to him, you know what I'm saying, with racial issues and David Dukes and all that type of shit, that he got them people out to vote.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry, but he ain't answering not a question. It goes to pointing fingers all the time. And as a leader, man, you want somebody there that's gonna stand up for the people.
He only care about his numbers. Everything he talk about is he be like, I did it the best. I did this. Dog, you not answering shit that nobody's saying. You just trying to make yourself look good.
He's a narcissist, man. If you can see it, he's a straight up narcissist. And I won't stop saying it. How could you support that? The world is seeing it. What is it that draws you to that?
It's not okay.
Run business. Let's just say I ain't gonna even talk about him like negatively.
But I'm just saying though, no, for real, you can, bro, because he all bullshit aside, bro. I don't see how nobody can see the fact that he's actually he's dangerous. He's so dangerous, bro. He's dangerous.
If you stripped everything away like Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and just listen to this blindly, one does not have their thoughts together.
Right.
You could tell that one does not belong on this platform. You can tell that one is using lies and fear tactics to make a point. You could tell that one doesn't even have a basic understanding of what question was asked to him. So he goes right over to where he feels like people are passionate about, which is the border and the immigrants. It's kind of embarrassing.
It is.
That when you look at two political candidates running up against each other, it's kind of embarrassing, like the intellectual, and I joke when I say IQ 45, but he's kind of coming off that way, for real.
Yeah.
And I wish they just had a better candidate going against her so that we could at least feel like even if you were on the fence, you could be like, okay, I don't vote Democratic or Republican. I'm going, but he's just a poor representation, even if you were a conservative.
Yeah. And
understand this. As a Muslim woman, I do have a lot of conservative viewpoints.
Yeah.
But this right here, what he's saying, even as a healthcare professional, as a woman, as a Muslim, as a Black woman, this man scares me.
Yeah.
He scares me.
And the thing about it is, he has said nothing about helping the people.
No, but he fucked around and said that shit again about them black jobs, and this time he added us. Yeah, not only did he do that, he done bunched us in with the Mexicans now.
The black and the Hispanics.
How the fuck, bro?
And like, it's almost like, no, like who's his advisors?
And that's why I said I think that he doesn't want around no more. How can you keep saying these stupid ass things? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
rambling,
really want to be the president. Like you're like I don't think he want to run no more.
It's not even funny.
I think he want to quit YouTube. I'm with
it's
you.
like he's trying to sabotage himself, but the people that supporting him is trying to
they don't care. They don't care. It's almost like they just care about winning.
Because it's money on
They're
the
not
floor. You got to
listening to
I want to
realize
turn to
all
the
the
war in
people that he
Ukraine. We're now
cool
2.5
with and
years
he working with
into
is
this
money on the
conflict.
floor.
Mr.
not
President, it
listening
has
to
been
him.
the position of
They've
the
been
Biden
for
administration
years.
that we must defend Ukraine from
Here we
Russia,
go.
from
He's back
Vladimir
at it.
Putin, to defend their sovereignty,
I hear
their
you, though.
democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left, I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up.
Wow.
Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also, as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. Right. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate.
She ain't made sense this whole debate.
I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time.
Y'all really being blinded by her, dude. By her facial expressions and the way the news is catering to her.
We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got him to pay up by saying one of the things I don't see how y'all. If you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never got it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan.
I don't know.
In the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today.
I'm always clear and sober. I don't drink or smoke.
In the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan,
I'm very clear.
Do you believe you bear?
And I'm very clear, and I hear him. And I just.
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision.
He's performed way better than her today.
4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did.
Y'all blinded by what NBC is like. They very biased. This is very biased.
A day, we were paying for that.
It's very biased. No, it ain't got nothing with this agreement.
As of today,
this is very biased. But I'm listening to her. I'm trying to give her a chance.
The United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us.
Cater into her, cater into her, cater
this
into
kind
her.
of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that. want better than this. Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country.
Stood on what he said.
We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people, knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country.
Bullshit.
There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country.
Bullshit.
And they come up with things like what you just said. Going back many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park fight, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this. She is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up, Lindsay.
I want to respond to that, though.
Yo, tariffs.
Briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers.
She's been over about 30 seconds.
Conversation, I believe, David.
Whatever, dog. It ain't if it ain't fair, it ain't fair.
As opposed to a conversation that is constantly
dog. It ain't fair. It's on NBC. Y'all eating this up like dog food, but keep on. Yeah, he ain't. Nah. Y'all just you're blinded. It's okay.
Let's turn to policy, please.
She over about she's a minute 30. Okay, here he starts.
Confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she has
we do
a
have
plan
to move on to
not
other
Now they got to move on. Okay.
Or anywhere
because
else.
it was her turn to talk.
It wasn't.
I just need to
President
respond.
Trump.
Now they about to let her listen.
The president has said something twice that I need to respond to.
I'm sorry. We're going to move on, Vice President Harris. President Trump, this is now your third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Correct. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that, and you'll be hearing about it in the not-too-distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you
put it
supported
together as I go,
proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed, for the first time, Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it, pass this prologue in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot of...
You made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people.
They gave him how many
medical
months to come up with a plan? And
that's another thing she doesn't want to give.
President
People
Trump.
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as Vice President over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Hey.
Man, they would have been impeached like a motherfucker if he would have came up with $3.5 million from a damn.
Well, that's his son he talking about. So how he wouldn't be impeached, but hey, man, I know, it just seemed like, I'm going to tell you, bro, I'm not going to call her any names. I know y'all calling him MFs and all this and this and that. I'm just more or less, I'm listening to it. I'm trying to dissect and get everything that I could possibly get from her, for real. And I haven't, even though she sounds good, what she's saying is really not substantiated by the record. You know what I'm saying? So I'm listening. I'm trying to really listen and see, like I'm just looking at the track record. You know what I'm saying? Not even just the immigration, but a lot of stuff with the foreign policy. You know what I mean? Even, she made some good points. I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to say everything she said was zilch wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I haven't heard anything that'll make me be like, oh, okay. And then also I do feel like NBC is biased with this. You know what I mean? Like they giving her the pass. You know what I'm saying? Like they giving her the easy route. If with these moderators, you could tell whose side she's on. You know what I'm saying? NBC is primarily it's a Democratic, more or less biased type of news network. Everybody knows that. So it's like I wasn't expecting too much more from the very onset, from the first 2 or 3 minutes. I'm listening and how they talking. How they posing the question?
Man, this man ain't said one intelligent thing this whole fucking.
That's what I'm saying.
He hasn't said one intelligent thing. Okay.
At all.
Okay. And with you, that's your right to believe that. That's your right.
To tell us what he said intelligently that's going to benefit the American people.
Well, here's the thing. If I'm gonna tell you, like I just told you before the thing started, no, I'm not pulling. You're not gonna believe it or listen to it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Your mind. So based on today, what he was talking about again with the foreign policy, even with the drilling, which all of that is true. With that pipeline is true. A lot of people don't know about that, and the effects of that. You know what I'm saying? The ramifications of that with that pipeline. A lot of people don't know about that. That was true. It wasn't debunked or defaulted or anything like that. That's a true statement. What's going on with the Ukraine and him talking about, okay, trying to get that war situated. At the end of the day, even if they fighting, no matter whose side you on, it needs to stop. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of what he said, none of my things in my mind has swayed against. And nothing that she said has made me feel like, oh yeah, Kamala is right. She's talking good.
That's crazy.
She's talking good, but I haven't seen the
She
output
has
of it.
literally told you what her plan is. And
I haven't seen it, but they
heard none of it.
I heard it.
I don't.
I'm listening to her, just like y'all.
Bro.
No. I said and let y'all. Nope. I said and let y'all talk during the whole break and listen and blah blah blah. But no. Y'all wasn't listening. Basically, like how y'all could say I'm not listening. You could say the same thing. So y'all not listening to him, just like y'all saying that I'm not listening to her. So how is y'all saying to him that he's saying nothing intelligent and then she not?
I disagree with you on that, sir. I was listening to him, but when he started pointing the finger and name dropping, how in the hell is that helping?
But she did the same thing though, D.
But she did drop the name with the policies that she's.
He did the same thing, D. He's doing the same thing that she did.
No, she didn't do that.
Yes, she did, bro.
She didn't say, well, the Republicans did, blah, blah, blah. She said Donald Trump. See, he started name dropping on everybody else.
No, she did, D. She did, D. She did.
We've seen everything he has said and done throughout the whole time he's been running for this president. Trying to get back to office. He is fascinated with power. And if any blind man can see that.
Man, the nigga racist. That's all that matters for me. It wasn't even.
I got it.
He had the best plan in the world. He racist.
Check this out. On top of that, let's say this.
He didn't even state his plan.
Right. If he knew anything about policies and the business, why he don't have a business right now?
He do.
Live
so
from
let's
the
go
National
ahead.
Constitution
D.
Center in
There
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
So let's go ahead and
here
finish.
again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do a different.
Oh, you gonna sabotage.
And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm.
That's it. That's the debate.
Well,
yeah. So I mean, hey, whoever they got their pick, I guess. You know what I mean? But
I got my pick, and she on the back of my pick. And this is this really confirmed. This is the route I gotta take. I'm not gonna speak for anybody. I don't care who you vote for, but if you go the other way after hearing this,
yeah.
Well, tell us what we heard from your opinion. I mean, that's what I would like to hear from each one of you guys. What did we hear?
What I heard is we're gonna change the economy and we're gonna change the world. Number one, from Vice President Harris. The things she spoke on is the different policies that she want to put in place, tax breaks, things for the families, you know, the firstborn, the children, birth plans, not allowing
credit,
not allowing the government to control a woman's body. Because man, let's just be real. If somebody we love go through a situation that's very tragic and so happen they get pregnant or whatever, and they want to decide that I don't want to go through with this, it would devastate you. See, I got daughters.
But then he say that, you know, with all being said, you know, and respectfully, then he say that in those situations that it's left up to the state, okay. But number two, he also said that he respected up under situations as of rape or incest.
But the thing about it is, man, why
he lied about that.
Okay, he lied about that. Okay.
Bring that up in the very.
So am I getting everything that he talked about that was semi-positive is a lie, right? That's what I'm saying.
But I'm saying what he called for in particular, that was not it. Just because he's backtracking on it right here on that matter, that don't make it right.
Okay.
But the thing is, what I don't understand, bro, and I get frustrated, is the fact that you can literally hear you can be sitting in front of the same shit that we hearing and the same shit that he said before, and either you forgot what he said or you just dismissing what he said. He sat up there and he just said that in his last whack ass town hall meeting.
He said what?
The shit about the pregnancies.
He always said that, James, from what I've seen and heard.
No,
Yeah. So
that's
again.
I'm gonna ask you one question, Sante.
Well, you ain't got to talk about it, James.
Do you want the government to control your
You don't
daughter?
have to talk about it. We can not have you talk about it.
Let me ask you this:
I don't care.
Do you want the government to control your daughter?
It
your
never came.
wife?
It never came down. That was never. But D. That
But
never was.
listen,
That
listen,
never. But
if
y'all.
the
But
state,
again,
if the
D.
state,
Again, D.
state,
I
if
hear
the
you.
They wouldn't have
But
voted
if it's
for
a,
it.
st-
No,
but it,
D. See, you missing the fact. See, you don't state what you need to state to them. If we wouldn't have voted, see, you didn't even know what you voted for this last past thing.
I didn't vote.
2 votes before. What it was, we voted for the fact that women could have abortions over here. We literally just voted for that, bro. If it wasn't for us, we would have been in the same boat. They would have had to travel to another state.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So. I mean, if abortion is that important to you, that's good. You know what I'm saying? That's fine with me. Abortion ain't the main topic for me. I mean, it sounds like abortion is the main thing for y'all.
No,
I
that's
don't.
It's not it. No, that's
I mean,
what
because y'all so passionate about it. I want a woman to be able to listen. Just because I don't. I want a woman. I want whoever to be in control of their body and they functions. I want you to be able to do it. But again, that is a state issue, dog. Like so, whatever.
What's important for you coming from Donald Trump?
I told y'all already, dog.
It
I told y'all. It's like y'all. It's like y'all want to keep hearing it, like it's going to change.
It could have never been on. It could have never been on the ballot if it wasn't for him. That vote that you talking about is for the states. It could have never been on the ballot if it wasn't for him.
That's facts.
That's facts. Yeah.
That's
Come
all.
on, tell us why you support his.
I done told y'all though. Like every time I tell y'all want to
try
to. Bro, y'all not. But just because.
Honestly, look,
John, no, for real. Let me talk. I let y'all talk, and I try to be quiet sometimes. But I try to be cool. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is this: I can tell you all I want to. You know what I'm saying? Just because like at the end of the day, it seems like y'all get riled up. You know what I mean? Like I don't care that y'all voting for her. It's cool to me. Like y'all seem like y'all get like really. I ain't gonna say all of y'all, but y'all get riled up. Like God, I can't believe Sante. Yo, that's just who I. If I was to vote, it'd be more likely him, not her. Why are y'all so riled up off of that? You know what I'm saying? Like
because
I don't care who, but I don't
like,
care who y'all vote for.
Logic. Everybody got different logic.
But why do y'all care who I vote for so much? Like you know what I mean? Like
because,
what's the reason? I don't care who you vote for, Amy, or
because you know family.
You know why?
But that ain't got nothing.
If I got somebody that I care about,
you know why I care.
Why?
Who you vote for? Because that guy ain't gonna help your business.
Well, we got different ideologies on that. You know what I'm saying? I think it probably would. You know what I'm saying? I think it probably would. I could be wrong. I probably think it can work. You know what I'm saying? Or but again,
how would he?
I told you, D. I done told y'all before. But like I said, if I keep telling you, I'm not gonna keep repeating myself. I done told y'all many times before.
Here's what I'm saying. As an African American or black or whatever you want,
they find it very hard to believe.
I find it very
vote for that bullshit that we just.
Well, it's a ton of black people that's going to though. You know what I mean?
Tell y'all in your face, black jobs should be picking up trash and shit. Tell y'all in your face that's what y'all need to be doing, and y'all supporting the ideas of him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I don't understand. That's what make it hard for us.
The Hispanics.
I hear you, man. I hear you, dog. I hear you.
Man, that's like a dude coming in your house. That's like a man coming in your house flirting with your wife in front of your.
There you go.
Like, bro, you playing with me right in front of my face, bro. Like, man,
you got a daughter and 2 young sons, and he's talking about stop and frisk, and then she won't have control of her body, and you support that idea? That's a trip.
And then, hold on. Let's take it. But let's take it a step farther than that. Let's take it a step farther than that.
I'm just listening.
With his law, with the police, that same cop can rape your daughter, and then can't be prosecuted for it.
That's right. He's flat out immune from it. And then the first thing you're going to want to do is go act out. And guess what? It won't be justified because you supported his idea. You told him to rape your daughter. So that's why I get passionate about it when I see our people will support this guy. That's
No,
why.
I mean we saying in general, like we just saying, but with it, like no, I mean, because I'm killing somebody. That's my niece, but no, we saying in general, but no.
But at the same time, we can't go out in the world and rah behind this guy, and I'm not talking about you, Sante. I'm talking about other guys that support these ideas.
Because I just feel like even if you were just pro-life, right? Pro-life, you were pro-choice. I just feel like his other shit will make me care less about the pro-life thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's so fucked up.
I just know that he a racist.
He can't even tell us.
He's so fucked up in so many areas. It's like,
Yeah.
even if I wanted border control and I was strong on that, he's so fucked up on other areas and his mindset and how he wants to operate this country. And forget about the fact that he's a convicted felon who's facing a sentencing coming up very soon. It's just like, I don't see how people can be like, yeah, this is the guy that I want to vote for. This is the guy that I want to run the country. This is the guy that I want to have influence over the citizens of the United States of America. That's what I think we're having a hard time, like wrapping our minds around. Like, how could you listen to him tonight and be like, that's the guy I want to vote for?
Yeah, it was embarrassing, and I'm not.
Yes,
See, I'm just saying because I'm
I'd
just
rather
not
not vote for either one of them than
You
to
don't
give
have
him
to
a
like
vote.
what I like. You know what I'm saying? But I don't. You know what I'm saying? I just can't rock. Number one, I can't rock with somebody that's racist. You know what I mean? I got people that I argue with at my store that actually come and bring me, you know, even least fake facts and statistics that we set up there and go over. You know what I'm saying? And talk about it. You know what I mean? But this dude literally got on here and embarrasses. This man literally, and this is all bullshit. This is no biasness. Not one time did he even answer the fucking question that he was
I was
asked.
listening for the
Not
answer.
in one, not one.
Sante,
I'm
tried
listening.
to come into this debate. I said I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna listen to both candidates, and I'm gonna listen to the questions that are being asked and see what they have to say. Ain't no way in the world an intellect would be like, yes,
Yeah,
I got the answers that I was seeking from him. They would ask him a question, and it was just like he was in his mind, like, fuck your questions. I'm over here.
I believe that he,
I was really hoping that he would talk about his policies. I was hoping that he would answer to the Central Park 5. I hope he would, and it's almost like he was still kind of like squirrel and
No, a formidable opponent, somebody that she could really debate with, somebody that was on her level. I would want that. I would want somebody. I would want somebody that was strong enough to really know about foreign policy or whatever to debate her. If I could really be like, yo, now I really think, okay, he showed me something, bro. This dude is
he
never.
kept on with the insults like these
and
guys.
he said self, like I
He
said,
was
it looked
so
like he's
adversarial.
self-sabotaging.
Yeah,
It looked like he's self-sabotaging. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna tell you about this border thing, and I could be wrong, y'all. The fear about this border. Only reason he talked about this border because I just think that that the white people feel that they will be
They're becoming a minority.
and they got to understand that the black community really don't get all off into that.
Right.
Them. We don't get off it about other. We trying to survive. We don't do that stuff.
You said the as far as you said the border stuff.
Yeah, and they're so concerned because see the number of other ethnic group is going to be bigger than theirs, and then they got a few sprinkles of us over there. So you now they become the minority, and they're afraid that we're going to do what they did to us. And
Well,
they
what about
It's
Let me just
supposed to
ask
be
you.
more
I mean,
Latinos
let
than
me just
us.
ask you. I mean, as far as she talked about some things that she wanted to
Spanish people, brother.
do tonight. She's talking about the she talked about some of the things she wanted to do, as far as middle class, and things like that. What did you feel about? Okay, those sounds like some good plans. Did she address to you like how she was going to make those things happen?
I mean, she gonna put those policies in place. She's gonna
Yeah,
change
but
the tax base, whereas the wealthy will pay more taxes than the middle class now.
yeah.
Right now, it's not like that. See, right now, the wealthy is not paying their fair share, which was put in by Donald.
Okay. Well, how you feel about the
Well,
how you feel
but
about he made a good point, but what do you think about the student loan? I mean, she was part of that
Oh
administration.
yeah,
How do you feel
yeah.
about how that happened? How's that been going for you?
Yeah, I think that's a bunch of. It should have passed. Now they got to go back and fight again. I think Vice President Harris and President Biden got to go back to the drawing board, because you got to think about it. We all went to school. I know for me, I didn't have parents to pay for that, so I had to figure that thing out. But
hey,
they got
look
to
at
go back and change that thing.
hey, they failed us on that shit. But look at nobody can go 100 for 100. I'll just keep it 100. They
Yeah.
failed us on that shit. It's another thing that he mentioned that he never actually. Both of them mentioned. Both of them said they would have cured cancer by now. Both of
Yeah,
them said that shit. People
yeah,
forget
and
about that shit. I ain't forgot
he's
about that shit.
he's definitely guilty of making promises he didn't keep. And
Yeah,
then
You
they
know
were
what I
so absurd that nobody believed it anyway. But he
yeah.
made promises that didn't.
I just, I still look at all these folks supporting him, and he really not thinking about them. And how could you keep running behind something that don't even give one thing to you in their political views? They don't even think of you. How could you follow behind that? And I'm talking about all
Well,
these people that are saying
well, let,
they
let me,
got all these. Now
I'm
you
just
got all.
asking
Now
the
you
question. I mean,
now you got.
how do you feel about her possible foreign policy then? That what you think about that? What she talked
I
about?
mean, she's stellar. If you was listening, bro,
I'm
you can
listening. I'm
tell.
just asking
You
what
know
y'all
what the
think
hell
about
the
it.
woman. You know she know what she was actually talking about. But you can't say that about Trump, bro. He don't mention nothing but the border. He doesn't say nothing about how it works. He don't number one, he don't know why it works. And she even baited him to even speak up on why
No, I'm talking about the foreign
Russia can't
policy.
hold
Like,
on, let me
yeah,
finish.
yeah,
She
okay.
baited him to even say why Russia could not make it to Poland, which a lot of people still don't know, which I done told y'all before, is because of the motherfucking uh what you call that shit? Damn, I done lost my thought. But anyway, if Russia makes it to Poland because of the agreement that we have with other countries, we automatically have to go to war for Poland. But he didn't answer that shit. But she asked him what happened when you get to Poland. What happened if Russia make it to Poland?
Couldn't answer. He jumped on
And
one finger.
somebody else can answer that question if you know it. What happened if Russia make it to Poland?
I mean, I was listening intently, and I didn't get answers at all from him. Like it was just almost like okay, and even in my mind, I was like, he's gonna go back over
The
to the
Geneva
border.
Convention. There it go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot. The Geneva Convention.
Like
If
he's
they
gonna
make
go
it
back
to
over
Poland,
to the border, and that's exactly what he would do. Like regardless of whatever the question was.
Basically, sell out to Putin.
Like pandering to the people that are
And
concerned
sell
about the
out to
borders.
the dictators so that they don't get his ass.
bro, but he real life play with people in front of their face, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's ran a Christian campaign for over 8 years now. Just how long was it? Was it about a month ago?
Yeah.
But he said, Christians, I love Christians. I'm not a Christian, but I love you.
Yeah.
Like, bro, you just been running your whole campaign on that shit, on the Jesus. And now you just told everybody that you would not with the Jesus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he literally, that's what I'm saying. It looks like he doesn't want to run
So
anymore.
people who want to support him are going to say, I don't care about that.
Sabotage that. And it's all on the media. And that's why we know that even you say NBC, bro, they not catering like that because there's so much shit that they can pick out and focus on and just blow it up. But they don't, like, you heard the same thing that we heard. They can use that. All they got to do is use that sound bite over and over and over. But they're not going to do that.
They're not going to do it.
They're not going to do it.
Yeah, he just, I mean, she did pretty good. She did pretty good. I could tell that she has a plan, and she's thinking about the people. When she talked, she said, "Look, everybody." She used everybody. When he talked about people, individuals. When the question came up about January 6th, he ran away from that, knowing that he said they are good people and I'll support them and all that. It's always something, man.
It's good when they beat the shit out of them. When they beat them niggas up, and he said it was good people on both sides.
Yeah, George Floyd. He had no comments. He talked about they should have been killing the people in the street. Yeah, man. So when it comes to people black supporting that ideal, I have a serious problem with it, and I do get mad about it because of the things he has said at critical points that happened in our community.
I'm not more concerned about really what people say. Yeah, I'm more concerned about the action and what has happened or what has been done. So, and I just look at like,
done. So look,
hold on. So I I look at things like that. So all I'm saying is that this administration has been here for 3.5 years. We're a little bit over 3.5 years now, and looking at where things are. Yeah, there are always going to be some residual from the last administration or whatever the case may be. But I'm just looking at the state of the country, the state of prices, the state of foreign affairs, and where we are globally. You know what I'm saying? If I had to choose a candidate between today to vote for, now if there was a whole nother candidate probably outside of Kamala, I probably would vote for that person. But I haven't, since she's been a part of the administration that she's a part of, I haven't seen any progress. And so there's nothing for me. I
it's hard to put that on her though.
But it's right, and I feel you, but she's still a part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Interest rates went down, brother.
It's still high. So it's like, going down. What you say they're not?
5 point something. 4 point.
Bro, you know how many jobs they created, bro?
That's high, man.
Like, why you never talk about the stuff that actually happened that's good?
But what type of jobs, though? Are these sustainable? These McDonald's jobs?
There you go.
What type of jobs, though? You know what I mean?
Like, what do you mean? What type of jobs? If
black
jobs.
Black jobs. White
if
jobs.
They're jobs.
No.
Jobs is jobs.
No. What I'm talking about when I say what jobs, what type of jobs is, it's cool to have creation of a McDonald's, and nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with those type of jobs. But the type of jobs that you can sustain a family with, you know what I mean? That you can get that it doesn't have both parents out of the household with. Well, those type of innovative jobs those type of jobs that the America used to have. The industrial, the innovative, the technology jobs. Those are the type of jobs that really matter.
It was a mama and a daddy both working in the plant our whole lives. Our whole lives. It was a mama and a daddy working in the plant, bro.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying, I'm nothing wrong with that. And I'm not putting nothing down on any type of job that was created. But I'm talking about what happened to those type of jobs creations where we the leaders in technology industry. Those type of jobs. Those type of jobs were being
education. It takes hold on, and I'm gonna stop you, bro, because you spewing now.
How am I spewing? I'm
guys,
asking what happened
because
to
if you're
him.
talking about a technology job, it takes education for technology jobs. Those jobs is there. Those jobs is there right now. They cannot be filled because of the education level.
Yep.
So what happened to?
Hey, Sante, I'm gonna ask you this: if
All right,
if they didn't
I
do
hear
it,
you.
they didn't do such a good job at this point in COVID while Trump was in office.
But
Did you
what happened the last 3 years though?
listen? Did you make more money when Trump was in office?
I
Or
done told you that, D. I done told you that, D. I done
making
already
more
told
money
y'all. You just wasn't listening, bro.
You make more money
What has happened? What has happened the last 3.5 years, bro?
Oh, inflation, yes, that's micro.
Have things gotten better or worse in your opinion the last 3.5 years?
Yeah, it's gotten better because the deficit is being attacked, being taken down. It was a ton of money when they got in office. They had to clean up.
Okay.
So of course things are going to go up. Now things are on their way back down. That's called microeconomics.
But I mean, but the thing
Things are
is,
going
just
to go up
because of
and
your
down.
gas and food got more expensive, you can't look at that. That's not the
That
only
goes up and
issue in
down
the world.
too. Yeah.
That's, you know what I mean. That's okay. The gas prices went up, and the prices of some food and shit went up, and some
Yeah.
and some electronics went up. Well, that shit went up because of tariffs. We all know that shit, but nevertheless, it's way more in the world that's more important. Like people driving. Look how many people got cars. Look how many people working. You can't even. It used to be only the roads would be busy at lunchtime, and then from 4 to 7. Now you can't even get on. Everybody got a car. Everybody got a job. Everybody has money. They just hating at the fact that they starting to make money. They have to spend it because the shit costs them more money.
Yep. And wages went up.
Oh, wages don't went up. Look at Ford.
Yeah, that's facts.
Look at Ford. They just knocked it out the boy. Look at
Right.
who else was it? Was that FedEx or UPS?
So inflation went up, the cost of living
UPS,
went up.
UPS knocked it
Yeah.
out the ballpark. You know what I'm
knocked
saying? It's some money that been made, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about being proactive. You know what I'm saying? Especially now we on this platform, we got to perform for these people. We got to let people know they have to. A lot of shit that I say, bro. You can go and find that shit. It's public knowledge. That's the same way I found that shit. You know what I mean? You can fact check that shit. I try not to speak up on too much shit that I don't know about. You know what I mean? But it has been a lot of shit, and I hate to say it, it's been more proactive than the Obama administration. It's just that nobody wants to actually look at what's going on. If Biden wouldn't have started losing his shit in these last year and a half, we'd have had a lot more other motion going on. You know what I mean? And that's a 100 shit. But you know, he was too old. He done lost his shit, and you know they trying to figure that shit out.
Right.
At least he was humble enough to step down, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't humble enough. They made that nigga do that. He
I'm
wasn't.
about to tell you,
Right.
they
I
kicked
mean,
him out.
no, because I do think that Trump had people in his ears trying to advise him. He just
But
doesn't
I'm
do
gonna
right.
be
Oh yeah, he's not gonna listen though.
His
He's not gonna.
yeah.
But
I'm
that's what
not,
I'm saying. He's gonna sabotage himself anyway, and
Yeah,
that's
because
even
I
if
don't
he's
think he
not
takes
doing
the
it.
advice of his campaign management at all.
he's not
Speech
taking.
writers,
He said
debate, yeah,
he done made several comments like, "Hey, I wouldn't even be up here. I could be at home playing golf if the people would just let me go on about my business." He really was.
And then as far as like his administration when he was in his presidency, he like some were good, some were
What day
bad,
is this?
some were really bad. You know, it's like
Remember, I said it first. Remember, I was one of the people that said it first. Mark my words, because I believe he's self sabotaging on everything. I believe that shit.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
I think he tired of this shit. I think he tired of this shit. Like
No, I
man,
think he's for real.
and you
I
got
think
it. And
he's real,
honestly,
and I think that the people who support him believe you for real.
I mean, the guy done got his ear nicked, you know, and I ain't making I don't be making no jokes about that because he probably could kill him. But
I don't believe it happened.
yeah, and then whatever. Now the FBI is investigating all of that. See, everybody investigating all that stuff.
They already look. They already.
And then to say that women are getting abortions at 9 months and after birth.
Yeah, that's.
It's just like some of the wild shit that he just says. I mean, it really shouldn't be forgiven.
Hey,
No, it shouldn't be forgiven because it's like you just throwing like this some of the wildest stuff out there and nobody cares.
He's saying it like the baby come out the coochie. They set it on the table.
Like they just wrap the cord around his neck and
say, "Hey, is we finna kill it or what?"
What we about to do with this baby here that was born 7 minutes ago? Like, what are you
Get the
talking?
hacksaw.
Like, I don't even understand why he's able to say some shit like that.
Well, obviously, you know what I mean. In some places, in some states, you able to do that after birth.
No, you can't.
No, you're not.
Okay, okay. Listen,
bro. See, that's why I can't let you.
That is not allowed.
Listen.
And then they
you got a healthcare worker on the line. Hello, there's a healthcare worker on the line, registered nurse for 30 years.
And I appreciate that.
And that is not happening. That is illegal. That is homicide. Okay? No doctor or nurse would risk their license to take the life of any breathing human being.
Right. It's impossible.
Okay? They created laws for women. After a certain point, you can hand your baby over and you're not charged. That was to keep women from having late abortions. Okay? They can literally walk up to the hospitals and hand over a newborn baby that they just gave birth to if they didn't want it. So that's not how we operate. Nobody's taking the life of a child after birth.
So you sure it's like that in West Virginia?
Listen.
I mean, I'm just asking you. You know, right?
Listen,
it would be
in West Virginia. That's what it is.
I know that in all states.
I mean, I can feel how you feel, but is it like that in West Virginia?
We take an oath, okay? We take an oath when we are peeing. We take an oath every day, and what we are not doing is taking the lives of innocent children that has a pulse, that has a circulatory system. And has vital signs. That is not happening.
But
then to say, are you sure about that? We're not going to play that game.
Yeah, but honestly,
conscientious healthcare worker would do no shit like that.
But I'm saying beyond that, bro, it's a life.
True,
if it's a life,
all right. I mean, it's just it's called It's called the Born Alive Abortion Bill.
No.
And it is in West Virginia, and it is something sort of like what you can be born and still terminated.
So show us the cases.
No, you
can't. I will.
Okay.
Just because you get emotional about it don't mean it's not true. You know what I mean?
It's not true.
All right.
They're killing newborn babies.
Okay, I'll show it to you.
You can show me, bro. I can type something and put it on Wikipedia right now, and you can pull it up.
I don't like this.
I'm sorry you don't, but you know, I mean, it is what it is.
But that's not real. But I'm saying it's not real, bro. It's not real.
That's not real, and that is not happening.
But I'll tell you what, the fuck that's not
happening. Look. Just because, golly. I mean, I'm just letting y'all talk. Hold on a quick second.
No, you've been talking a lot too.
No, dog, I haven't been saying anything. I've been letting you just yap. Honestly.
Now, I've been quiet all show.
I've been quiet. Tell me, I haven't been quiet. I just been quiet.
I've been quiet,
but I'm listening, and I'm like, okay, just because it might not happen on a mass scale, just because it don't happen on a mass scale, don't mean that there's not a law or a bill that exists in West Virginia about that.
That's just like saying just because we never seen it.
But just because you saying it don't mean.
When you're telling me that doctors and
that ain't got what to do what I'm talking about.
Taking the lives of babies. That's on a whole.
It might be happening. I mean, it might not happen on a mass scale, but there is a law that that allows that.
Yeah, that don't happen.
Oh, you can say it, don't. I mean, it might not, but on a mass scale. But there is a law in West Virginia that allows that. You like it or not, it's there.
It's not. So you saying
y'all getting emotional? Go on, go to bed.
So
y'all gotten emotional. Go on to bed. Everybody go emotional. I'm the only one that's not emotional about it. Like I'm really just sitting back. I'm really just sitting back listening. But everybody's emotional, and I'm trying to listen.
President Harris just debated the heck out of that other guy.
But I'm sitting here listening. Everybody's like, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to hear it. Well, go to bed. Y'all don't like it. We don't got.
Hey, Vice President Harris just beat the brakes off of that other guy. He couldn't talk about one policy. He couldn't talk about how he could fix anything. He just rambled on the whole time. That's why he was fearful in the first place to debate with her, because he knew he couldn't get on stage and win, so he had to start talking about it, doing a comedy show. That's what he did. He did a comedy.
And I agree with some things that I agree with some. She said some good points. I kind of liked some of the stuff that she said, like far as like some of the points. I agree, but
yeah, I couldn't get nothing from him, and I tried.
And that's cool. I get that, and I accept that from you and from everybody, really. You know what I mean? But my main thing is this with people, and this is why most black people, quote unquote, don't like this kind of conversation, because we all don't have to agree. We all don't have to like how each other think. It's fine with me. See, that's the thing about me. I don't care if you like Kamala or whoever you want to vote for. That's fine, but. I'm not going to get too bent out of shape about it. You know what I'm saying? So I can have a conversation without getting too torn up in the inside about it. It don't bother me like that.
I think.
But I don't know if y'all can though. Maybe we should talk. I like to talk about these type of things, but it seems like it bothers y'all.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Tell me if y'all can't handle it.
When you say
tell me y'all can't handle it, bro.
In one state, that's just something different that we know that's not true.
But no, I'm telling you, what I'm telling you is this: just like how Amy got a little upset. I'm sorry. No, I ain't sorry. She got upset. I mean, that's cool. You can get upset, but the fact of the matter is that there is a law in West Virginia that inhibits that. You know what I'm saying? Not saying it happens on a mass scale. That's all I'm saying. That I'm not saying that people are out here doing that.
Still allow slavery to a certain extent. And we're not saying that there's slaves.
So I'm not saying you can't say 100% that's not happening. I get where you're coming from, but you're saying that it just don't exist. It does exist. There's a law for it.
I'm not saying that there's laws. There's a lot of laws on the books where practices aren't being practiced.
Yeah.
But what we're going to say is, and what we don't want to say is that we're taking a human being that has vital statistics, and we're ending their lives per their parents' request. That is not happening. Period.
Like I said, what
I'm saying, but hold on.
You would damn near have to have a lawman. You would damn near have to have a lawman come in and say to euthanize that child.
That's what I was about to say. Somebody else would have to come and do it. A doctor or a nurse could not do it. Legally, they can't even do it.
We're not doing it.
Even if it's a law in place, they can't do it.
It ain't even a thought in their minds.
Once you give
but I'm just saying, legally,
and that child has certain scores there.
Yeah, but
that's a patient.
Right.
That child gets a wristband. We'll have CPS involved. We're not going to slaughter that child.
Right. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave it alone. The reason I get real passionate about it is I'm not thinking about just me. I'm thinking about the people that's in my community. And when they get into politics, that's governor, mayors, and all of that. I think about how they're going to support not just their community, not just the upper class and the middle class, how they're going to support everybody. That's the bottom line. And then in this situation, it's race. He has divided us in a way to where now you got the white people still attacking the black people at every opportunity possible because he made it okay for them to call us the N-word and mess with
and to even throw it out there that this administration, and I'm not a fan of Joe Biden at all. At all. Like I've totally removed myself from politics during really since Trump because it was just so disturbing to me. And I haven't even picked it back up with the Democrats coming into office. But just some of the things that he says, I just think that is dangerous. It's just outlandish. I
It's
can't.
Can
unpresidential.
I show
It's
y'all?
unpresidential. And then it just evokes so many emotions. And then to say that this administration is the most divisive administration ever. When we know when that man was in office, people were,
Y'all see that?
no, your background is hiding it.
Let me take my background off.
I mean, come on. Like when he was in office, the Proud Boys were showing their ass. There was rioting and protesting at the White House.
Hold on, D.
There you go. There you go, Sante.
Wow.
What's that CNN though?
There's now it matters where the facts come from. It's just
33-1.
Because you know why it matters is
so
because
where does it work? So where does the true fact checking come from?
well,
It has to be
what I'm
Fox
saying
News?
is that's what I was about to say. That if that's where the fact checking thing kind of comes, and it's all discrepancy because if it come down and you go to Fox News, then they're gonna put the
Okay, then
different.
there's no such
It's
thing.
gonna be
There's no such thing as fact checking.
It's gonna be a different number for. The number's gonna be switched around for her.
Yeah,
It just
so there's no
depends.
such
What
thing
I'm
as
saying
fact
is a person has to have a mind of their own. So whoever's listening
There's
out
no
here,
such thing as fact checking.
it really you have to have a mind of your own, and you have to do the research for yourself. And as the Bible says, for thy own, you got to study to show yourself approved. So whatever resonates with you, whatever that's the only thing I could tell a person that's listening or watching. Whoever you choose, that's your prerogative, and that's your vote, and your right as an American, quote unquote, citizen.
I mean,
Vote for who you want to.
What was the point of watching the debate? And then when it doesn't go your candidate's way, you're saying that
I think it went his way.
Favor.
I think it went his way. I think it's just that three of y'all don't think it went his way, but I think it went his way. But all I can say, the reason for the reason for the watching the debate was because I knew it was going to be a hot button topic. I knew it was, I knew it was going to be, a good thing to talk about, and I was looking forward to it all week, really, to get back on here with y'all and go over it. So I'm happy that we did it. I think it was a good thing. I got a lot out of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what y'all got out of it, but I got a whole lot out of it.
I got a whole lot out of it too.
Yeah, I got so much out of it. I don't know what to do.
I haven't watched the debate. I didn't watch the Joe Biden, and I didn't watch none of that. After the insurrection, I was actually in D.C. during the whole insurrection. I was there during the George Floyd thing. So I was literally ground zero when his champions came and they took over the White House. I literally was staying a couple of blocks away. So I saw it with my own eyes. And there was so much disruption and unease and discourse in Washington, D.C., it wasn't even funny. So to even think that this administration is more racially divided than it was when Trump was in office, that's when it seemed like the racial division was even more present than it had ever been.
I feel you. I mean, I feel you. I feel you. I mean, I hear you. And like I said, I hear everybody, I hear everybody what, their concerns and what their interpretation is. I feel everybody. I ain't discounting what D or Scoob or you feel or say. You know what I mean? I'm not looking at it like negatively. You know what I'm saying? That's y'all take on it. So that's all I would want anybody that's been watching it, you know what I mean, or stayed on with us tonight, contributed, Martell, Kia, Dante, and probably some other people that didn't say anything. But more or less just make up your own mind and your own opinion. Don't be, and a lot of people, like I say, are afraid to even have an opinion because they feel like the masses is more or less against them. You know what I mean? Always have your own, always regardless on what it is, I tell anybody this, whatever it is, always have your own mind, your own opinion, stand on yours. Whatever decision you make, that's what you make. So, I mean, and whoever candidate you like, that's who you like. You know, I mean, regardless on what anybody says about that. You know what I mean? I just so happen to stand on what I want to do. They say, end the day, just get out and vote. And I ain't even a voter, tell you the truth. You know what I'm saying? So, like that. I just really, my first time voting was for Obama in his first administration. You know, I didn't kind of believe in voting. My pops kind of, I guess he had that kind of ideal, but he looked at Obama and kind of went that way too. You know what I mean? So we was all excited about that situation. So I'm just, hey, I'm glad we had it tonight. I don't know how y'all feel, but y'all gonna sleep good tonight?
Oh, very well.
Yeah.
And I
sure?
realized why I stay out of the political conversations. Like I said, since January 6th, when I was down there and I saw that, I mean.
But Amy, you know what? I think we should. I don't think. I mean, I don't know if we should have a conversation about this, but quite honestly, I think we should not stay out of this conversation. Like, forget Trump and forget Kamala, whoever running, like your local. We have to stay engaged. You know what I mean? Because it affects every part of our lives. Even if we on a different side of the fence, us as people usually do not want to talk about certain things. Politics is one. Religion is another. You know what I mean? Sexuality is another. It's like we just stay away because we know we are passionate people. All of us are, and we get kind of riled up about it. But I think there's still a way that we can talk about it and just and talk it out. You know what I mean? Like,
I just don't like the dangers of misrepresenting facts. Like that's to me is just dangerous. And it's unfair. It's unfair.
and it might be dangerous, but
it
might be dangerous, and it can be, but not talking about it is even more dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
but when you have radicals and people who are just stone cold racists or radicals or people who wanted like I mean, I remember being in South Carolina and some of the things that the pro-lifers were doing at the abortion clinics. You know, they were literally shooting up abortion clinics and picketing and disturbing the peace and everything like that. And it's just like,
man, they still be out
when
there.
you know that there's people like in the world and you're like running for office to be this leader, so to speak, when you have people who take things literally or they're passionate, just like we just were a little while ago, it's like, I think you just have to be morally responsible. And he's not. He's just not. And that's what, when I say as a Muslim, he scares me. Because I do remember a time where they were talking about Muslims not being able to enter back into the country without certain documents and stuff like that. And I do remember airlines were actually harassing, Muslim women who had.
Hell yeah, they was.
So as a Muslim woman, some of the things that he was saying, probably to get a certain section to vote for him, was dangerous towards a person like me. When it just really good. It's deep with me.
I get it.
You say things irresponsibly because you want votes and you want to be the America's favorite.
I get it.
He's dangerous to me.
I get it. But I think, and that's why it's important, like even what you even just stating what you just said, like, I think that's why it's important for you to even talk about it. Like, I know it's not a subject that you like to get on, you know what I mean? But quite honestly, you have a platform, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's important that you do speak on that type of stuff, even though it might be on a different side of the fence for somebody, or it might engage and get a little rough.
Come with facts so that we could talk about real solutions, right?
Well, if you, again, when you talk about it, you bring in the facts that maybe you debunking the bull, you know what I mean? That you found out and knew. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I might say something that might be untrue. You might say something untrue, but maybe you can put the light on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
and I don't want a presidential candidate, whether Democrat, Independent, or Republican, to just say these.
But they gonna say what they gonna say. You know what I mean?
No, but I still think that when you're when you're a humanitarian that, like, I was really hoping that, and even though it's Trump, I was really hoping that he would come with like some solution-based answers to even represent America better than that.
And you know what? You fair with that. I like that. What you just said. You know what I mean? I like that. I'm glad you said that. I'm good with that because he could have did better.
And that's where it frustrates me, because it's like some people aren't knowledgeable when it comes to law or policy, and like he's just irresponsible to me. And I think it's all because of ego. Because he does have a me campaign, and it was the best you've ever seen, and it just gets to be kind of redundant and ridiculous, and it's like, what are we doing here?
Right.
Yeah,
I hear that.
I'm over it, y'all. I think I done had enough for one night. But I will say to everybody, pay attention. Pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Because the person that's supposed to be leading the free world needs to think about everybody. There shouldn't be
eating cats and dogs.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a whole bunch of racial divide stuff. It shouldn't be a whole bunch of run up into state capitals and threaten governors. It was a whole bunch of mess, And if you're a leader, you don't entertain that type of stuff. You create peace.
He talked them into. He pretty much talked them into doing. My granddaddy used to call that shit silent begging.
Wow.
When you asking for shit, low key, you know how you go over your favorite aunt house and be like, man, I sure wish I had that scooter. My granddaddy called it silent begging. He put that shit in motion too. But a lot of people don't like to talk about it or whatever. But he was talking about, the governor like that and saying that she was unfit. He said all type of shit about Gretchen Whitmer.
Yeah.
But people forget about that. But yeah, he went in on her. And I tell you what, she is probably the best, I'll say in my lifetime, the best governor that Michigan.
I like Gretchen. I like her. I do.
And I really think she was really a good presidential candidate. She was really would have been a really good VP, but they couldn't have had two women. It would have just been impossible.
Yeah.
So,
what I really wish is that the Democratic process after Joe left was they would have had some type of runoff. I understand why they didn't, because time was short. But I wish that at the DNC that they had 3 or 4 candidates that was top notch, Gretchen being one, because that's what I was really hoping for. But that didn't happen, and it more or less got selected more or less who was going to represent the Democratic Party, and I think that's what.
In the same token, I was disappointed that the Republicans didn't come up with a better Republican candidate.
That's right. Yep.
Like, I mean, there was no one else but Trump. After all the hell that was raised when he was in office, there was no better candidate. Younger, wiser, more polished.
Oh yeah.
Like, there was nobody.
But here's, I guess, with the process with the Republicans, I mean, at least they had a runoff, at least, you know what I mean, and they selected. And honestly, I wish there was stronger candidates, but we stuck with what we got. You know what I'm saying? It's like come November, it's gonna be 1 or 2 of them. That's for sure.
And we had a taste of him.
I don't like either vice president selection. I don't like either one of the vice president selections.
Oh my God, the dude, the Democratic dude is a fucking saint. What do you got against this dude?
Yeah, man, he's about the people, man.
Yeah, that's another one. Man. But hey, I don't like Trump's either, though. You see what I'm saying? But I don't like Trump's.
I gotta go to bed, y'all.
I don't like Trump's either.
I do.
All right, D, I get with you, bro.
I love y'all. But
we going to the midnight. We about to burn.
Yeah, we about to hang it up. We about to hang it up. We 4 hours in.
I'm tired of looking at
you.
You
laid down. Look,
I did.
In case y'all didn't know what was going on and why I was so quiet, I was over here with my look.
Is that Ron Chata?
I'm good. The debate, they ain't got to debate no more. They don't need no more debate because it'd be wasting time. Because she done debated the hell out of him.
Yeah, in case you don't know what ass whooping look like in the debate, that was it.
I'm gonna tell him, don't do it no more.
Yeah, I see why he didn't want to debate with her.
Go play golf.
Yeah, Joe was a different debate partner from Kamala.
Look, he killed his ass up. Hey, Biden was doing good until that nigga Matrix glitched up. And motherfucker Trump said, I understand what he said. And I don't think he understood what he said. I said, yep, it's over. I said, it's over. Yeah, and he had to say no smart shit. He just cracked a joke on this nigga, killed him. I said, oh, shit.
Yeah.
She almost called him an MNF'er.
She sure did. She said, this former president.
Dog, if she would have did it, dog, she'd have won everybody vote.
Yeah. But I think everybody got it now and understand you got to have somebody up there that's going to be for the people. And nobody's perfect. And as long as you got, hey, you're a president. You're not God. The earth belongs to God. So when it comes to this whole thing, God going to put who he want in there. And we let the chips fall.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that.
Regardless of who wins or who loses.
We saw between the two who was going to be godly and who was going to be the other way. So you got to see both sides of it. That's another piece I saw while they were debating. Because he talked about.
Good night, man. I'm tired of talking.
I don't talk about me. But hey, I love y'all. I gotta go to bed.
4 hours.
I done had a long day today.
Hey, this is the longest stream I done did. That was for sure.
Ever.
Right. But all right, D. All right, y'all, man. We gonna get on out of here. Everybody, I hope y'all was entertained. I really hope y'all was entertained tonight. We done fell out with each other. Man, we don't even like each other until tomorrow morning.
All of y'all. Fuck all of y'all.
All right, y'all. One love.
Talking to y'all until Tuesday.
Right. Yeah. I see y'all. All right, Aim.
All right.
Peace.
I always forget how to get out of this thing. Bye. I have no idea. They always leave me. Bye, everybody.